A quick rebuttal to a recent live stream with Bev Try Thinking on his Discord server, since vertical lines are always perpendicular to the straight line connecting them. But if the Earth were shaped more like a basketball, then locally vertical flagpoles would diverge from each other. Because the line connecting them is not a Euclidean straight line, this green line is also known as a level line, a concept that surveyors know very well.
I got your numbers, they're right here.
And we have now proven that 2 equals 1.
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3
equals 1.
You have to open your mind.
Not a Euclidean straight line.
Imagination is all you need.
Not a Euclidean straight line.
Don't take advice from fools. Everything that
was assumed to be a straight line. Was assumed to be a straight line.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Not a Euclidean straight line. Was assumed to be a straight line. And we have now proven that 2 equals 1. Since we know that this isn't true, then we have a conundrum. Either we've just disproven the laws of algebra, or there's a mistake hidden somewhere within the steps. In a plane, Euclidean geometry, 2 lines perpendicular to one straight line are parallel to each other. Are parallel to each other.
You just have to say it in generality.
Horizontal and vertical lines.
Like those straight lines are curving.
Horizontal and vertical lines are perpendicular to each other.
Road,
Therefore, the Earth cannot be a globe.
and I don't know.
Horizontal and vertical lines are perpendicular.
All of this goes.
Leads us to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe.
Never take advice from fools.
Vertical lines are always perpendicular to the straight line connecting them. Leads us to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe.
Never take advice from fools. Everything that they do is in vain.
So let's revisit the original diagram and point out the original error. Can you see it? This next one, from Engineering, Surveying, and Estimating, shows a curved level line following mean sea level, with horizontal and vertical being perpendicular to each other. Leads us to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe, where your vertical line can be established with a plumb bob. We'll change the horizontal line.
And I know exactly what's on your mind.
The Earth cannot be a globe.
You got your playbook, it's alright.
Then locally vertical flagpoles would diverge from each other.
Dictates what you will find.
We'll change the horizontal line.
And I don't know
Not a Euclidean straight line.
where all of this goes.
The Earth cannot be a globe.
Don't take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they say is in vain. Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
You cannot have a globe. You cannot have a globe if water forms a plane. You cannot have a globe. I think everybody said you cannot have a globe if water forms a plane.
Thank you.
And if science tells us that the
Now that is scientific fact. There's no real evidence for it, but it is scientific
science
fact.
cannot tell us water forms a plane.
Note that vertical is a local phenomenon, always perpendicular to the level where you are. So let's revisit the original diagram and point out the original error. Note that vertical is a local phenomenon, always perpendicular to the level where you are. Can you see it? The original horizontal line connecting the 2 verticals was assumed to be a straight line, which is only true if the Earth were not a globe. This leads us to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe, which is a begging the question fallacy. The circular argument that concludes that the Earth is not a globe started with the premise that the line connecting the 2 verticals was straight, thus not on a globe. So,
You don't understand. You don't understand. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
This leads us to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe, which is a begging the question fallacy. The circular argument that concludes that the Earth is not a globe started with the premise that the line connecting the two verticals was straight, thus not on a globe.
If water forms a perfect plane, there can be no globe.
The original horizontal line connecting the two verticals was assumed to be a straight line, which is only true if the Earth were not a globe. This leads us to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe, which is a begging the question fallacy. The circular argument that concludes that the Earth is not a globe started with the premise that the line connecting the two verticals was straight, thus not on a globe. Straight line.
You don't understand.
Science.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
The water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. Poof goes the globe. Sorry. Yep.
The error is not in this diagram, but rather in the argument. Then locally vertical flagpoles would diverge from each other. So let's make some changes. We'll change the horizontal line to a level line. On a globe, two perpendicular lines, since vertical lines are always perpendicular to the straight line connecting them. If vertical lines diverge from each other, then the Earth cannot be shaped more like a pizza than a basketball. If the Earth were shaped more like a pizza than a basketball, then all flagpoles would indeed be parallel. But if the Earth were shaped more like a basketball, then locally vertical flagpoles would diverge from each other.
You don't understand. You don't understand. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
The line connecting them is not a Euclidean straight line.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worry.
This green line is also known as a level line,
You're just on your own.
a concept that surveyors know very well.
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions. You're just on your own.
The definition of a level surface is a curved surface perpendicular to the force of gravity, for example, still water in a pond. The original horizontal line connecting the two verticals was assumed to be a straight line, which is only true if the Earth were not a globe. This leads us to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe, which is a begging the question fallacy. The circular argument that concludes that the Earth is not a globe started with the premise that the line connecting the two verticals was straight, thus not on a globe.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. That was the new intro, Buster. Only fools and you don't understand. Cut with flat Earth math. Been a good day going over those videos. Welcome. It is Wednesday. We would normally call this Trivium, but I think it's still Trivium. I think Trivium extends throughout everything. So this is our I don't know, discernment or whatever. So what I'm going to do tonight, right, is a little bit different. Kevin, we wanted to go over the enthymeme, right? Now, the enthymeme is the thing that you don't say, which tonight's going to be completely different. Tonight is gloves off, glasses off, say whatever you want, right? Because we're going to go over, I don't know whether you call it a debate. I don't know what... We'll talk about this. This is a thing that a guy who he's been saying a few weird things about us, and I don't want it to turn into this, you know, back and forwards drama sort of thing. I'm not into this drama, the drama. Don't want it. But he's been saying some weird things about us. And Nathan Oakley, right? So Nathan Oakley has been a leader, a head figure within an ongoing, what's supposedly called a debate show. But we've come to believe or understand that there's no debate. They've sort of changed everybody's idea of the meaning of debate. Now, he's been this show, right? And people have been coming to him, telling him things and showing him stuff. Basically for however many years he's been going. So you'd expect somebody of a show that's called Flat Earth Debate, who's talked to hundreds of thousands of people, must be surely in this time, where people come and talk to him about stuff. You'd expect him to be a good debater. Now, as we went over yesterday, Flat Earth Math, he's another character on this scene. Now, was it last year or the year before? Last year? Possibly last year. At the beginning of last year, Nathan Oakley did a debate, out of the blue, with, it was at the start of the year, with Flat Earth Math. And it was billed, well, it was a really short one, right? So you didn't really get much of a warning about it. But it was billed as, well, I mean, I billed it as myself. I'll talk for myself now, right? I thought, Nathan Oakley debating, that'd be brilliant. It's Nathan Oakley. How can he not be, best arguments? He's been talking. He's got all of these talking points. He should know loads. And then he went into this so-called debate with Flat Earth Math and just asked for R. That looks stupid. It was awful. One of the worst things I've ever seen. He was counting how many times he'd asked the same question. Never got an answer. There was no moderator. It was just them two. And it was, it sort of showed you the Nathan Oakley Flat Earth debate tactic of how to debate, right? Well, 1 year on from that, Nathan Oakley does it again. He goes to do another chat with, now a lot of people have been over this, but I'm not too sure how many people have been over it like we're going to go over it. Because, like I said, with the one from last year with Flat Earth Math, was a shit show. It was terrible. It was pretty clear from there that Nathan Oakley doesn't have an ability to communicate with anybody. I've tried to go over there and have a chat with him about his issues that he has about geometric facts and all of that. And it's impossible to talk to him. So, to me, when I heard of this, I went, no, that's not real. No, he's not done that. But yes, there's you call it a debate? I don't know what you call it. Do you want to go over this then, right? Let me cue it up. I suppose we should go over it, because has anybody heard of Earth Chronicles?
Not me,
No.
but I have seen this, let's say, debate.
Okay. Oh well, you yeah. I don't want to dwell on it too much. I want to give a different idea of what's going on here, because I think we've been around this arena for long enough now, and there are things that, like I say, we don't normally say. There's stuff that doesn't really need saying. It speaks for itself. But this time, about time, me at least, I'm going to open up to some of the stuff that goes on within this Discord server, right? So, what's that? Theatre mode. Okay, so Nathan Oakley is on this show. And he's going to introduce himself. Oh, there's another guy. Patrick Gunnels, bottom left-hand corner. Call him right, said Fred. This is the host, DW. And this guy down here, I can't quite see it.
Is it Josh?
Josh Reed. Is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, I
Josh
think so.
Josh Reed. Now, Josh Reed and DW, David. Josh Reed and David are the Earth Chronicles team. Patrick Gunnels is teamed up with Nathan Oakley. Now, when I saw this, I thought, this looks like a setup for Nathan. There looks like there's an odd one out in that picture.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Rob. Quite obviously an odd one out. Not camera lighting or all that, but Patrick Gunnels. I don't know if anybody... He's going to take control of this. So, to me, it's pretty obvious that Patrick has invited Nathan on as a subject matter expert. And Nathan thinks he's going to get involved in a debate, and he's going to get a chance to do his debate. But that's not how this works. This is a different game. To me, if you're out there, Patrick, let us know. This is a setup. They've set Nathan Oakley up. Patrick's going to be the new face, and this is the old that they're getting rid of. To me, and these guys, Earth Chronicles guys, very talented at what they do. These two guys are using Nathan as a launch block to their new whatever. Right? This is ranty and conspiracy cats, if you want to imagine. They're teaming up and they're going new places, right? And they're using Nathan Oakley as a name to be able to launch pad it. Like a lot of them now, right? All of the people that Nathan's making videos about, they're using his name to push their videos. So Nathan's a prominent flat earther, right? He's separated himself. Eric DeBay's ditched Nathan Oakley. Nathan Oakley is the flattest of the flat earthers. There's no flat earther flatter than Nathan Oakley. Would that be a good thing to say?
I would say yes.
Of all of the flat earthers, Nathan Oakley is the flattest.
Can I say something?
Yeah, of course you can.
Did you guys watch the Dubé video?
I watched the first few seconds.
Yeah, I watched.
You should watch the whole thing.
I watched the whole thing. Yes, I did.
Yes.
Not bad.
As a debate, I would say that Patrick, of course, he hadn't got any own arguments. He was just parroting everything what I've heard before.
Yeah.
On Nathan Oakley, and not just parroting. He didn't bring anything on his own, but generally both they destroyed opponents, and especially this Josh was terrible. It was just
It's
terrible.
sophist, right?
Yeah.
Yes, but he was lost. He didn't know his claims, and Nathan had to teach him on his own model.
Yeah.
This was terrible. This was
Yeah.
terrible.
Well,
You know,
go
if
on.
I could say something,
Yeah, go on.
if I could say something, I think you need to think about this and look at this a little bit differently. Because I agree with Bev. I think on the surface, you're right, paper, right? And when you go through this on the surface, you're right. But there are some points in here where this DW guy is proper magician. You'll see. We probably won't be able to go through the whole 3 hours because it would probably take us 8 hours to go through 3 hours. But when you watch this, that DW dude, proper magician, and they all have some of it, and I truly believe Nathan's doing his thing, right? Nathan's doing his, so it does to me. I agree with Bev. It does feel like a setup.
Yeah.
Like everybody knows what Nathan's going to do when Nathan comes on. If you've seen 10 minutes of Nathan, you know what Nathan's going to do. It props to Nathan. I mean, he's staying true to himself here. You got to give him that throughout this thing. So when you say that Josh is terrible, you need to look at it from a maybe different perspective. You might get a different view of this.
Yeah.
Yes,
But yeah,
I am talking, let's say, about debate itself. I know that this is set up because wherever you go on this, let's say, topic, to Mactoon, to flat, fight the flat Earth, whatever, it's always set up. So it is
yeah,
included.
Yeah.
right,
I
right,
know
right.
that. I am just
And
talking about just like debate. I would say that Nathan Oakley maybe not never debated, but it was one of the few, and
well,
I would say that he did his job well here.
well, we know it's not a debate, though, right?
Yes, yes,
There's
yes,
still no
yes.
arguments anywhere in here.
Mhm.
But okay,
Okay, right. I'll give you my foresight, right? I've been in certain debate rooms where certain debates are meant to be happening, right? And then things change, right? You are put in a position where it's not quite exactly what you thought it was going to be, and it changes a little bit, right? So there's a chance that Nathan didn't really know it was going to be a 2v2 type thing, and he's just talking to somebody about something, and he doesn't really know what's going on. It is quite clear, right? And the way that you can be manipulated within this arena, right? And also remembering the fact that there are no arguments. They have no arguments. So the only thing you are ever going to see within this is scripted plays and pure sophistry. So that's what I'm watching it for, right? And within this, there's a couple of characters, right? You've got to watch this guy, Josh, very talented, very clever. And like he says, DW, right? And also, if you want to watch a couple of nice little plays, this guy down here, this Nathan Oakley, everybody knows what Nathan Oakley's like. He's not a, there's nothing, he's got no tricks up his sleeve. Nathan Oakley's going to be Nathan Oakley. But the other three people.
I must interrupt.
Go on.
You're giving these ballers way too much credit.
Well, credit for what, though? I'm not giving them credit for anything. They said there's no argument.
No, but you just said that they were smart.
Yeah.
I would say that this
No, they're not.
This host was smart, but Josh was, for me, he was clueless, and he, of course, he used sophistry, but he was like, what's the word?
Practicing sophist.
Yes,
this is how he learns.
Yes, but he was poor.
Yeah.
He was poor, and he was.
Why they chose Nathan Oakley?
I don't know because why Nathan Oakley? Because Nathan Oakley cornered him every time.
Yeah, but you
He
can
responded.
guarantee Nathan Oakley to be that Nathan Oakley character, and that's exactly what
Why did
these
they have
guys
to
are
mute
playing on.
Nathan?
I think.
Why did they have to mute Nathan?
Well,
They knew that was going to happen,
because
didn't
that'd trigger him.
they knew that was going to
That's
happen.
what I say. These guys are clever, right? You can see them smiling when they do this. This whole thing. Look at the face.
I think Nathan knew it
as well.
I think if Nathan, I mean, Nathan played this whole thing on his premiere recently, but
Yeah.
he really didn't.
This is on Nathan's show. I'm
Yeah, he
recording
didn't
this from
comment on it, right? He didn't do it like we're about to do with some of this. But I think Nathan himself, I don't want to speak for Nathan, but I would guess Nathan himself would say, yeah, they knew what was going to happen. Of course they knew. Of course they planned on muting me. I think he intimated that as much when he was muted and he was speaking to his audience as part of his premiere.
Yeah.
He was saying as much, right? So yeah, and you guys, this is where you've got to look beyond the surface. Bev's not saying these guys are smart in the way of crafting an argument and being able to debate an argument. These guys are clever in the way that they set up the straw man, if you will, to then knock it down, burn it to the ground.
Yeah, I feel like I said when I first saw this, I looked at that and thought, this is a setup. And not a setup for anyone else, but they've set Nathan Oakley up for this. Right? This guy's going to come off as the new flat earther, reasonable. These guys are going to be able to talk to him. It's going to be cool. And all three of these guys are going to single out Nathan Oakley as the unreasonable one. Even though this guy's going to be talking all sorts of ridiculous bullshit. It's set up purposely. This guy's the intimidator. This guy's the karma. And this guy, that's the setup. This guy gains every way out of this. So I'm not going against Nathan here. I think put in this position, it's a setup. Nathan can't win this. They know Nathan's arguments. They know where Nathan's going to go, and they're just not going to engage every time Nathan speaks about anything. They'll flip and swap and change everything around. So, do you want to hear this? Anybody else got any other impressions of this? See, this is a new professional setup for a new podcast type show for me.
Yes, he admitted that he is going to do many things, not only flat earth, but religious, maybe politics, I don't know, many. So
but he's starting off with Nathan Oakley because it's meant to be a guaranteed dumpster fire.
I would say it pulled in many viewers, I think. Nathan Oakley, I think. So.
Here we go.
Happy to be here. And I think what we're going to do for this is we're going to go around and do a little introduction, sort of an opening statement, stating our positions. And then we're going to have a free flow. And we're going to do our very best to bring concise arguments to you, the audience, so that you can make up your own mind. I'm not a person that likes to say we have to make declarative statements on any of this stuff. I have my opinion. My guests here have their opinions, and you watching have your opinions. And we're all trying to learn together. And the hope here is that when we compare notes, we can keep a good, peaceful dialogue about these subjects so that we can get to the truth, because that's really all that matters in the end. It's
very good.
Yeah.
Everybody together, right? It doesn't matter who you are, what you are. We can all just come together and sweet dreams. It's going to be great.
Wizard.
Yeah,
guys.
So on.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you want a lesson in wizardry, you need to only focus on this guy for the 3 hours. If you really want it, and maybe we'll do this kind of as a members only thing, is we'll go through and just look at this guy. Just
the host or Josh?
The host.
The host.
Oh,
He
yeah.
is a proper wizard. He's like Gandalf level freaking wizard. I'm telling you right now.
He does have
What
his people that are playing it, right? But
yeah.
he's
Well,
definitely the director of this.
what he just said, everything he just said, if you only focus on him throughout this quote debate, that's not a debate, it's phenomenal. But boy, he sounds really good and really reasonable. And let's all get together, and we're only looking for the truth, guys. We're just here for the truth.
All
That's
together. Let's come on. Let's get. And we're going to go round and we're going to give our own opinions. And his opinion is that anyone can have their own opinion.
Yes.
That's a good opening start from the host, man.
Definitely.
That's the goal. And so I'm really excited for this. This is going to be great. So I'd like to open up first by passing this over to Patrick.
He's excited, I can
I'm honored
imagine.
to have him here. He's a real staple on this network. I'd like to thank Badlands Media, of course, for hosting this and bringing
a staple on. See, I didn't hear that at the beginning. A staple on this network. Badlands Media. Nice. Inroads. Look at. I didn't see this before. Look. Has Nathan done a deal?
Hear me out for a second. Has anyone in this server looked into Badlands Media at all?
No. No, it's the first time I've ever heard it.
All right. We should.
Oh, I think we probably will.
Yeah, I might do. I might look into it.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy's a regular on it. Nice. Jolly good. Now, I like this smile here, right? He's getting a gain. He's getting a gain. I think Nathan's done a deal with Badlands Media. Look at that.
bringing us all here. And Patrick, I've been following you for a while, doing some great work with John, great work on your own podcast. And so welcome to Earth Chronicles, man. Open it up.
Thank you so much, David. Josh, nice to meet you as well. Nathan, nice to have you in the corner there, and been watching your work forever now. And so it's nice to finally be broadcasting right alongside you. Those of you who don't know me, my name's Patrick Gunnels, and I'm a warrior in the truth war. And I started pretty much right after the election of Donald J. Trump, when I discovered that things didn't quite make sense in how our institutions were behaving. And eventually, after uncovering enough lies from my own institutions, whether they be the educational system, whether they're the media, and a million different other things, I made a commitment to myself that I was only going to accept things that I could verify for myself. And that took me on quite a journey. And then it took me to the heliocentric model. And I learned that the heliocentric model is essentially the most successful religion in world history. And it started whenever it started, but when it was started, it was based on a few cosmological precepts. One, that we live on a sphere.
Wow. This is, I know it's Earth Chronicles, right?
Big E Earth.
Yeah.
And not just Big E Earth, the Earth Chronicles. Interesting.
Yeah. And Yamani is a truth warrior.
Mm-hmm.
And he started to be truther at Trump election.
After the meme wars.
Before it was everything okay in education and politics.
Yes.
And that, everything was okay. But when Donald Trump was elected,
that
he
changed
noticed
him.
that everything was wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I will say, as all of us, right? We, even if we don't know necessarily what we're saying, or we all have our own opinions, he does hit on a piece of truth there that we've also hit on, and the idea of certain group of people having a religious.
I wouldn't say it's the biggest religion ever. I mean, that's a bit,
very small religion. Boisterous one though.
Very devoted.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, highly faithful.
He did get that right.
Mm-hmm. I'm not too care about that.
Of roughly 3,959 statute miles. that sphere is rotating at the equator at approximately a speed of 1,037 miles per hour. And third, that the sky above us is a vacuum. And those three precepts.
Did you see that? That's weird.
Are something that I was never under any
You are noticing
circumstances,
his
no matter how hard I tried.
gesticulation, because I don't know what he meant, if it means anything, what he's doing with his hands. So
isn't that like Socrates, and the one hand pointing up and the other hand pointing down? Isn't that like a symbolism?
I don't know. Maybe he's just a bit acting here as orator.
Yeah, I think he's handed it over to this guy, and this is a pretty scripted sort of intro, I think.
Able to find any verifiable evidence that I myself could determine. Not one single thing. We weren't able to find any curvature. We weren't able to find any evidence for axial rotation.
When he's talking about, I've heard a lot of people say this, you can't find curvature. I can find curvature. It's everywhere. How can they not find curvature? Is that really an argument? I'm not too sure.
Rotation. We weren't able to find any evidence that you could have this air that we breathe immediately adjacent to a vacuum. None of those things are possible. The third thing is something that we can simply disprove by taking a big deep breath, because if the sky were immediately adjacent to a vacuum, the air that we breathe would fill that limitless volume of space that we're told is up there, and we would all be dead or never have existed in the first place. There would be things that we would be able to see in our own world if we were rotating at a speed of 1,037 miles per hour at the equator. And finally, every distance to horizon.
Did he say that there would be things that he would be able to see if we were? Did he? Is that an argument?
Yes, he said that. Yes.
That I personally, or any one person, or any group of people, would be able to see something, and then that's an argument, an actual argument. Yeah. Well, he may think that might be an actual argument, but that's certainly not an actual argument.
Yeah. It sounds like it's scripted though, as though he's saying it as though it is. It's meant to mean something, but it literally means nothing.
On a sphere of radius 3,959 miles.
I get that.
We would be able to see in our own world if we were rotating at a speed of 1,037 miles per hour at the equator. And finally, every distance to horizon on a sphere of radius 3,959 miles by simple trigonometric math that you can do yourself on a piece of paper, you would find that any distance to horizon on a sphere of that size could be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And I thought maybe they were faking this, so I did the math myself.
He did the math himself. He's a genius. Well done. Trigonometric. You can do it. Check it out for yourself. Draw a triangle. Work it out. See if you spot the mistake. Or see whether you see your fallacy.
It is 100% unverifiable. And every single time...
Did you hear that?
He said that this is unverifiable.
He checked it out himself. Yeah, he did the math. And it's 100% unverifiable. Like genius. What an argument. Don't hear it again. Like, he set it up. Like, this is why right, you guys, if you were to hear somebody saying that and you're partnering that person in a debate, what would you think, right? It's why I think this is a setup. Sorry, Nathan, but I really think you've been set up. Look, he goes first and he takes an argument, makes it sound ridiculous.
We would be able to see in our own world if we were rotating at a speed of 1,037 miles per hour at the equator. And finally, every distance to horizon on a sphere of radius 3,959 miles by simple trigonometric math that you can do yourself on a piece of paper, you would find that any distance to horizon on a sphere of that size could be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And I thought maybe they were faking this, so I did the math myself. It is 100% unverifiable. And every single time that
it's 100% unverifiable. He's done the maths himself. What does that mean?
Literally means that after doing math, he still don't know if this math is proving his point or not.
He couldn't work it out.
I think maybe he misspoke, but I literally taking this literally what he said, that means that he proved nothing to himself.
He proved that the entire formula that the Black Swan's based upon, or Nathan Oakley's Black Swan, is just unverifiable. It's bullshit. He can do nothing with it. We're brilliant. What a teammate. Thanks, Patrick.
That a black swan type photo that showed massive distance over water that could not possibly have any convexity. The answer was always, well, the curvature is not shown here because it's hidden by refraction or this reason or that reason. It's like the child with an imaginary friend who says, I know that my imaginary friend is there. And when you say, well, I don't see him, well, he hid in the corner, or, oh, he ran away. And that is the way that the globe defenders appear to behave when asked, why do we find no curvature? And then after that,
when asked, why do we find no curvature? Like, what does that mean?
It means nothing, because finding no curvature means that we didn't find anything.
It does amaze me that, you know, the statements that are deemed to be statements with meaning literally have got no meaning, don't mean anything, and he's getting away with it. This is his opening statement.
Well, yes, and well prepared. He is making this gesticulation with hands, and I would say that he was exercising this before mirror, before, or something like that, because he's trying to speak like politician.
Yeah, he's orating it, isn't he? He's putting an effort into how it comes across.
Yeah,
definitely.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, like, this is where I started to feel sorry for Nathan, right? I don't know whether Nathan's done an opening statement like this guy has. This guy's got his own podcast. It's slightly different.
As you go through the increasing absurdity of the heliocentric religion, you realize this is just another massive, massive lie that we're all guilty of. And it makes us doubt our senses.
It's a massive lie that we're all guilty of. What does that mean?
That means that there is no side here. We are all involved. So don't blame anyone or for lying because you are part of it.
Yeah, right. Guilty of or victim of.
Yeah.
Interesting, the choice of words.
It
We
is.
talked
It's
about
like
this before, right?
this is his scripted entrance, right? He's telling
that way.
everybody that we're all part of a lie. Like, what lie? I try not to lie. If he means paralogism or something, then is that really a lie? It's only a lie when you knowingly know the truth and go against it. That's a lie. I don't know. Like what I'd say. Beginning to feel sorry for Nathan because he's on camera and he's not really getting a chance to say anything. This is a big build-up from Patrick.
It separates us from God. It is the alpha hoax. It's the hoax that made all the other hoaxes possible. And I want to get into the details of why we think these things and how we can possibly extricate ourselves from the grip of this delusion. Thank you.
Look at the wait. Stop.
Those are really well done.
Stop. Go back. Maybe 10 seconds, if you can. I don't want to go back too far. Watch the host.
Yeah.
Watch the host.
I go back a few more.
It separates us from God. It is the alpha hoax. It's the hoax that made all the other hoaxes possible. And I want to get into the details of why we think these things and how we can possibly extricate ourselves from the grip of this delusion. Thank you.
Right? Yeah, that sounds great, Patrick. Yeah, definitely. But now that's important for, I don't know how far we're going to get into this, right? But it's important for later for what that guy does.
That was an affirmative for this. This guy's ending statement definitely got a head nod.
Yes, because he was talking about God.
One quick sentence.
God, yeah.
He was talking about God and this host. Okay, Patrick has good intention. Maybe he's wrong on his subject, but he has good intentions because he mentioned God and he has some, let's say, political postulates. We will deal with this lie. So, like, elect me and I will deal with that.
Okay, my
Go ahead, Rob.
So, just so you guys know, a lot of other channels are also covering this exact video.
Yeah.
And they're on parts 3 and 4.
Yeah.
So I don't expect us to get through the whole thing today.
No.
No,
Plus,
I
don't think we're going to go through the entire thing anyway. I think
no, it's probably not a good idea.
Yeah. I think what we do is going to,
we should just go over the end part.
Well, I don't know. I like this bit because this bit is the setup.
I've already watched it twice, so
yeah. I think where we're going with this, it is like Bev said. This is a little bit different, right? Everybody else can take the surface kinds of stuff and listen to the words that are being said, and you'll grab onto some of them. Like it's very easy to grab onto a lot of what Patrick talked about there, right? Even a lot of us in this room will go, yeah, okay, yeah.
It was scripted.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah. But when you put it all together and you see, even a little bit later in this quote debate, that's not a debate, the interaction between, as Bev said, Josh and Patrick and the host, and the sleight of hand that the host does while Nathan's talking. I mean, Bev said that to him, this was a setup. I have to completely agree. I feel bad for Nathan.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah, it's like they're shoving him out, they're setting him up for a
we're just trying to give you guys and you make up your own minds. We're not telling you what to think. We're just maybe giving you a glimpse into a different way to look at this than just the surface about what were the words that were said, what was the tone that was
the
said,
argument,
who yelled at who, who yelled at who, what was the argument that really wasn't an argument necessarily, right? That's all we're getting at.
Yeah. We're just on introductions. I mean, there's some people I've never met before, and I'm curious now as to know, like that Patrick, his intro completely scripted of most of the talking points that you would imagine people wanted to hear about whenever they want to hear from a flat earther. That's the sort of stuff they want to hear. coming out of it. But they know this is going to be different. And who's this guy?
Really well done opening statement. Right before we go to you, Nathan, we got a super chat from Patel Patriot.
Break.
And that's why I was laughing. By the way, I wasn't laughing at Patrick. I just thought it was funny what John's saying here. He goes, okay, new Badlands project. We're buying a spaceship to figure out for ourselves once and for all. Also, peaceful debates aren't as entertaining. Take the gloves off, boys. $50.
John,
Thanks,
what
John.
you're asking for. Thanks, John.
All right. Well, let's.
Right, so already he's just broke that introduction part up to get a super chat to let him know, let's have fun. And these two guys have obviously got a rapport together. They've just established that.
Nathan, and before they and get that before they go to Nathan, right before, this is a great point. Yeah. Instead of waiting till the end or after the introductions, it's right before they get to Nathan, right? That this comes up, and maybe we should build a spaceship to go answer this once and for all. And Patrick's having a good laugh here, and the host DW there, he's having a good old laugh there. Isn't that funny? And he laughed, ha ha, funny, and take the gloves off.
Yeah.
Well, if you've seen this, you know what happens when the gloves come off, right? You know what happens to Nathan when the gloves come off. They muted him. So, yeah, it's all very interesting. Right before they get to Nathan.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Well, is it Nathan next? I don't know. Let's see. Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead, Nathan. Go ahead with your intro, Nathan.
There you go.
Sorry, go on.
I would say that this super chat was like disclaimer.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He was. He said his statement, but it was a joke.
Yeah, well, he can say it though, right? It gives this super chat, this timing of the super chat, gives them chance to let them know that it's okay, it's acceptable to the audience. Yep. That's what we're here for. Let's do this. This is why they've got Nathan in. They wouldn't have got Nathan in for any other reason. Remember, Patrick's invited Nathan into this.
Nathan.
I haven't prepared an intro, so I'm Nathan Oakley. I run.
Right, so he hasn't even prepared an intro. Nathan wasn't aware that this going to be like this. Otherwise, he would. Pretty sure. Nathan's a professional, right? It's why I think this is a setup. Nathan wasn't given the full details of what's going to go on here. Patrick obviously was. This guy's obviously set it up, and this guy's here for this sort of thing. Nathan's not even started an intro. Not even thought about preparing an intro. He didn't even think about preparing an intro while Patrick was doing his intro.
I'm sure it was just a coincidence.
Yeah.
Though.
Yeah.
That's what the casual observer would think, right? Oh, okay, well.
Yeah, Nathan's a bit lapsed about this.
Go on, Nathan.
Yeah, go on. Let's see how well you do off the top of your head. Let's go.
A show called Flat Earth Debate on YouTube, which runs daily, and you can join at 2 p.m. UK time to debate the nature of Earth. And I've spent the last 4 or 5 years running that show, debating with people who have a misapprehension about what science is and a general misapprehension that they have scientific evidence to prove that they're on a sphere-shaped model, which is definitely not the case. So yeah, that's my bag in a nutshell. I've not got a great deal to say for an intro, other than subscribe to me at Nathan Oakley 1980, and you can see the Flat Earth Debate, or even join if you felt so passionate as the super chatter just did, suggest that rockets can traverse gas pressure, go into an area of volume to take a picture of an Earth as a sphere, and yet the gas which expands in all directions to fill the volume it has available to it isn't expanding into the area that the rocket's going into to take a picture. Those are the sort of things you can hear on Flat Earth Debate on a daily basis. So we run a live public debate on Nathan Oakley 1980. So pleasure to be.
Right. I don't want to sound like to put a downer on it, but like what Nathan just said then, did it actually mean anything? Does any of that go in? Does it form a picture or anything like in your head?
I would say that he utilized this super chat for his favor.
Yeah. But what he actually said, like to a casual observer, this is why I always like to come at these sort of things. There's a blank slate, right? I like to take the words that I'm listening to and not interpret anything. Like, I like to come at these sort of things as a noob, right? People may sort of get annoyed at me or whatever, right? But in order to communicate, you've got to be able to lay down what you're saying. Now, that sounded very scripted again. And the information comes at you that fast that I don't think an average person could process it. And as such, it just turns into incoherent nonsense. You've got to really be into it to get what Nathan was talking about, right? You have to have been in this for 4 or 5 years to have heard it many times.
Yep, gas pressure without a container and that argument. And then he does get into that a little bit deeper later on. But by then, I mean, you know, it's
Okay,
become a bit of a shit show.
I'm in that, let's say, arena for some time. So for me, the statement was perfectly clear.
It worked well.
But yes, I understand your point. For average Joe, it could be too convoluted and not understandable. Yes,
but it goes even that though, to Nathan's credit, right? I mean, I think he did what he could. Going back to what we just talked about though, if it's not a setup, it was pretty damn close to a setup because again, Nathan didn't have an intro scripted. Would he have scripted one? Would he have given his reasons for being a flat earther and the basic things that would appeal to even a noob kind of person? Probably. Again, I don't personally know Nathan,
you
but
definitely would have done
I've been
it.
to enough of his shows. He has to have. Yeah.
Given an intro, you want to sell yourself. That's what he's there for.
Of course.
Right?
But so he could only glom on to what he glommed on to, which was this super chat that happened just before Nathan. I mean, if there's not, guys, you got to admit there's at least circumstantial evidence that this was let's bring Nathan Oakley on and we're gonna take the piss, make him look like. I mean, whatever you want to say.
I said Fred took most of his arguments.
Yes. Yeah, it's amazing.
He took the black swan, right?
However,
pulled it right out from underneath the Nathan. And like, here you go, Nathan. Off over to you.
However, before we do that, let's have this super chat that has some cockamamie thing about us building a spaceship. Let's laugh and go into space. Nathan, that's all Nathan could do was grab onto that. So I don't fault him for that myself. But yeah.
Yeah, I'd have just ignored it.
Yeah, I would have left it as subscribe to me.
Yeah.
Come on over.
It does to me, right? It sounds a little bit hypocritical, right? But Nathan Oakley's a flat earther. What's he doing talking about space? Like what? Seriously?
No, in his statement he said that referring to this super chat that this rocket cannot go anywhere because there is no space. So he said that.
Yeah.
I would say that it was too convoluted for average Joe, but
yeah, I'd say it's too convoluted for these guys that are in there with him. It's too much to process, and it'd take too long for him to work all of that sort of stuff out.
Maybe for Patrick, no, because I would say that he learned something, but for a host, and it would be very clear during this debate, and this Josh is completely clueless.
Yeah.
So they didn't understand what Nathan is talking about generally. So he had to explain what he's talking, explained himself, lowering level of his, let's say, argumentation. So it was funny, but some kind of boring also.
Yeah. Well, it's the super chat gives him Nathan chance to focus on something that he's obviously going to bite on. Right? Nathan's going to take every chance he can get to sell himself here. Right? With the arguments and the things that he does in Flat Earth Debate. That's why he's there. That's why it's so fucking weird that he didn't have an intro sorted to sell himself. There's like a lot of this screams there's something wrong with this entire thing. Nathan wants to sell himself. He wants to become something else. He wants to move on to different areas, right? This is a so-called debate where Nathan's moving on. He's not gone with any of his usual buddies. He's gone with Patrick for a new media company or whatever, right? So Nathan's moving on into different areas. It's strange that he doesn't want to sell himself within this new thing. He's just got a YouTube thing. Don't think Nathan was prepared correctly for it. I've been in these situations and I know how it works when you're not part of the actual game and everything's scripted against you.
Be here. Thank you very much for having me.
Very cool.
All right, well done. Well, there's only one way to find out. Josh, go ahead, bro.
Josh Reed with redpills.tv, and I'm here just for the tea. So,
did you catch that?
I am. By the way? I believe that the Earth.
Yeah.
Before they get your shot, did you catch that? What he said?
He said, "Yeah, well, let's find out." You go over that again.
There's only one way to find out.
Yeah, and then over to you, Josh, as though Josh has been brought in, especially to deal with Nathan. This is Disruption Guy.
The volume it has available to it isn't expanding into the area that the rocket's going into.
This flip over change.
Those are the sort of things you can hear on Flat Earth Debate on a daily basis. So we run a live public debate on Nathan Oakley 1980. So pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for having me.
Very cool.
All right, well done. Well, there's only one way to find out. Josh, go ahead.
There's only one way to find out. Only want to find out what? Pleasure for being here.
I would say one way to find out if rockets can go into space, but still don't know.
Maybe after the super chat. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point. You don't know. You can only assume surface, right? You can only assume. But what's a new person hearing with this, right? Guys, this is what we've talked about. Right? This is hard stuff, right? And I'm no expert by any means. But you guys have watched body language videos. You've seen things. You've talked with people who just something's not right. You could hear it with that's why I said watch the host. This guy's masterful.
Yeah,
he's masterful, and that was a masterful thing. So so Nathan does hit a point. As we've talked about, it's probably a point that is best understood by people who've been in the quote game for a little while. But look what he comes back with. Well, there's only one way to find out. Here you go, Josh.
Yeah, over to you, Josh.
Masterful.
Yeah. And Josh. Nice.
Head roll.
Here we go, Josh.
Josh Reed with redpills.tv, and I'm here just for the tea. So, no, I am. I believe that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. I've had discussions with Flat Earth Dave before.
Oblate. He's had discussions with Flat Earth Dave.
Is that Dave Weiss?
I would have thought so, unless there's another Flat Earth Dave around somewhere.
Okay.
I mean, there could be. There could be many. But like claiming you've had discussions with Flat Earth Dave is nice.
Or I've had discussions with many
one
different
before you
Flat
go
Earthers
on.
Before.
Since we're into this, before you go on, so if Bev and I are right, and this is a setup, right? Look at the personalities you get. Again, anybody who's been in this arena knows Nathan, knows what Nathan, where Nathan goes, his demeanor, what sets him off, what triggers him. Everybody knows, okay? You've had the calm, collected host, right? Just wants to be here for the truth, everybody. We're all kumbaya, just want to be here for the truth. Looking forward to, and oh, hey, Patrick, we've coordinated on lots of things, and yeah, it's fantastic. And Patrick has this great scripted thing, goes through 4 or 5 different points of why he's a flat earther, and very emphatic, no more than 1.22 times, right. And then we get the super chat, right, and then we go to Nathan, who apparently didn't know or didn't think that there was going to be a script, because pretty sure anybody want to disagree that Nathan would have done a really good job of selling himself and why he's a flat earther, and those points probably would have had a few points that Patrick didn't say. If you're inviting Nathan, why wouldn't you have Nathan before Patrick? That's another thing to ask. Interesting, right? Scratch the head. Then you get this guy, and what does he hits right with a joke? I'm just a guy here, and by the way, my thing is red pilled. Everybody knows what red pilled means. right? And I'm just a red pill guy. And
It's the
I
red
think
pill glober.
yeah, I think it's an oblate spheroid, and I'm just here for the tea. Hey, I'm just this guy. I'm just happy to go lucky. I'm just a dude, I'm just hanging out. I got a couple jokes here and there. You know what this is going to be. You know where this is going to be. They know how this is going to end up with Nathan.
And by the way, these three guys, they are television guys. They are all media guys, journalists or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Nathan is only one who is not.
Correct. Nathan is rarely on camera for long periods of time.
So
yeah,
that guy that said over to you, that guy definitely is in professional media.
Yes. Yes,
I'll bet anything on it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. These guys are the new
the new thing,
the new face, right? These guys are. This is the new face, and they're showing how different they are than Nathan. That's the way I saw it very early on.
Okay,
this
go on. Thanks.
This guy wants to take over from this guy. But this guy already, he's told everybody he's oblate to the spheroid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look that up. Oblate.
And what we're here to do is find out the truth. And I think that there's certain mechanisms within our society that.
Did Nathan say he was there to find out the truth, or is there?
No.
Has he separated himself
No.
from? So there's three guys that have actually expressed that they are to find out the truth, and there's Nathan Oakley, the flat earther.
Not that Nathan wouldn't say that again if he was told, "Hey, Nathan, make sure you take 3 or 4 minutes. Give some points. Describe
And make sure you say you're in
it
it for the truth, seeing as this is a truth podcast and a truth
Yeah,
thing. Right?
well,
like,
they didn't. They wouldn't have had to necessarily say that to Nathan. But again, if you believe Nathan is a professional, and I think we all agree that he is for what he does, I don't know that he wouldn't have said, "I'm here for the truth." Of course, we're here for the truth. I don't know that he wouldn't have said that. But again, he wasn't offered, or it didn't seem like he was offered the, hey, there's going to be a 3 or 4 minute introduction, and Patrick's going to do a whole big thing. There seemed to be none of that. So who knows what Nathan would have said if he wasn't like blindsided out the gate with, here's a super chat about a spaceship and let's all have a laugh, and then over to you, Nathan, without knowing that there's going to be an intro. It's just weird, right?
Yeah, I think the fact that they're all mentioning truth, like it's scripted, and Nathan wasn't allowed in on that particular script.
Yes.
Again, separated all on
that
his
allow
own.
us to observe nature and the phenomena that occur. And we can take those and make hypotheses. We can generate theories from those hypotheses. And through observable phenomena and through repeating this process over and over and over and coming up with the same results, we can determine what is real or consistent in our universe and our reality and what is not. And I think
this guy's a practicing sophist. He's not been at this very long, right? But he's got a few talking points and he's just stringing them together.
Yes, but look at Nathan Oakley reactions.
Yeah,
because he's blabbing. He's taking some words, some repeatable observations or phenomenon and hypotheses. So
and theories and repeatable.
Yes, but this is complete mess.
Yeah,
this is complete. He's trying to talk about this so-called scientific method, but he's talking in that way that it causes Nathan's reaction.
Yeah,
because
I think it's purposeful, right? This is a tactic.
Maybe.
Yeah, definitely. This guy, right? He knows he's a glober. He's got no argument. So the best he can do is put the words in like a sentence, and to him it sounds like babble anyway. It makes no sense because, right? He's got no argument. He can't form an argument, so he doesn't know how to form an argument. So this is as close as he can get.
Yes, maybe for average Joe it is enough. Oh, he's looking smart and he's talking like smart. So okay.
And he obviously anybody hearing that knows has got any sort of semblance of what he's talking about will know he's talking nonsense, and you get offended by it, right? Because the guy's just blatantly talking nonsense to you.
Yes, yes.
And you're exposed to accept it. So, I mean, you're going to get irate, especially somebody like Nathan. So I think this is a tactic. This guy's a practicing sophist, and he's practicing how to annoy Nathan Oakley.
Definitely. Because
this guy's in on it.
Yeah, because again, Nathan mentioned it in his, quasi intro there, that science and getting science wrong and pseudoscience. Anybody that's watched Nathan knows that's one area. Don't claim science unless you're talking about the scientific method and natural phenomenon. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Just don't do it. And what is this guy right out of the gate? Right out of the gate, talk about science. No wonder Nathan had to look. Right?
Yeah.
Of course, it was. They were begging for it.
And you've got to let him talk. It's his intro. And Nathan's had a go. He didn't even know what to say with his intro or anything. It's really weird. It could have only been worse if they'd have made Nathan go first.
If we weigh those, we can come to the determination that the Earth is not flat and that the Earth is round, or an oblate spheroid. But I guess we're up for a discussion and interpretation. And so let's start it. Let's begin. This will be fun.
Very good, very good. Well, and my intro real quick, well, I kind of did one, but I just wanted to say a thank you to Flat Earth because my idea is that there's only the best way to learn about something is to learn about its opposite, to have ideas that challenge your world.
See that?
This guy's a wizard.
So clever.
Oh, he's so good.
The best way to learn about something is to learn about its opposite. So what is
Hegelian
flat Earth
dialectics.
an opposite of?
I would say that he is talking about, even if he doesn't mention that, he's talking about Hegelian dialectics. Because what he said, this is Hegelian dialectic. How to get to the truth by consensus in discussion. So he's talking about that.
Paper, have you watched this whole thing through?
Yes.
Okay, I'm surprised to hear you say that with what this guy does later. That you think that that's what he's after, that he's actually got some kind of integrity in what he's doing and what he's saying here. It's surprising to me. But we may have to go through, like I said, and focus more on the host, because he is the maestro of this thing. And if you think that there's some sort of integrity here in what he's saying, I think you need to re-look at this, watch it again.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, I've been in these arenas and I know the position that Nathan's in. Nathan's gone into this on his own. And it's Nathan versus 3 guys that are all trying to sell themselves. And Nathan's trying to sell himself, but he's not in on the same sales pitch that these other 3 guys are. He's having to do it solo. He's definitely separated himself just recently, Nathan Oakley, from all of the others. Thinks he's going to get a fair crack of the whip here and give everybody a chance to see. But purposely, he's not. It's not at all.
Worldview that make you question what you think you know, and that it's helped me learn more about astronomy, about the nature of the planet, and has actually inspired me to learn more about it. So that's my little olive branch over to the Flat Earth community. I also want to say that I appreciate you guys because of the fact that you're challenging a very powerful paradigm in the world where the scientific institutions, as we've just experienced in the last 3 years, need to be questioned, need to be had their feet held to the fire. And we don't have to have all these PhDs and all these degrees and be part of these major institutions in order to be able to do our own investigation, do our own science. I think it's strayed in many ways from the original scientific method at the institutional level. But that being said, I still hold the view that we live on a spherical planet and that we are not in, or that we actually, there is such thing as space, And we live in an infinite universe, or somewhat infinite. We don't really know, but I think there's more to everything than meets the eye. So relying only on your singular senses without any kind of equipment or any kind of research, it can be limiting. That's just where I'm at. But let's see if these guys can convince me otherwise. So let's just go for it, guys. Maybe.
See what he did there again. The host had another go, and Nathan's not had a chance to say anything really. He didn't get, like, now you've heard everybody else, Nathan. Would you like to have another go? Do you think you? No. But he plays a nice card, right? You don't need to be scientists. Nobody needs to be scientists. It's just individual people. Everybody can do whatever they want for themselves and find their own knowledge.
Yeah, you don't have to be an
can.
expert, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to be an expert in anything or anything like that. Contrast that with what the guy does later on, especially when Nathan's speaking.
Yeah. Yeah. The nobody needs these experts, but hey, nobody's an expert apart from Nathan Oakley. I think he's a flat Earth debate expert. I think he'd definitely say he'd call himself a flat Earth expert.
Patrick, over to you. What point? Well, we did discuss, actually. Let me know if you're okay with this. In our chat, I had asked it would be a good place to start.
See, he says there, over to you, Patrick, in our chat. So Nathan is there now, just finding out that, one, he didn't get told about an intro for whatever he was, and two, the host and Patrick, who invited Nathan, have actually had a chat about this. I don't know what Nathan chat has had with anybody else within this.
Don't know. With motive, because we want to try to establish the motive behind, or at least speculate on the motive as to why this conspiracy would be in play.
No.
You're shaking your head, so you disagree?
No, absolutely,
Go ahead.
absolutely not. We have scientific evidence to examine here.
Disagreeing with the host about motive straight off.
Why liars lie is real. I mean, I'm an educated man, but why the people who control this world have decided to deceive us is something that we could speculate on all day. Nathan and I may talk about that once in a while, but we're just spitballing. What we do know is that
Nathan and I may talk about that once in a while. So they might, like, Nathan might talk to Patrick quite often. Talking about all sorts of different things.
But we're just spitballing.
Yeah.
We're just spitballing. Does anybody know what that term means? You may not
I don't
know.
I have no clue.
Spitballing means just basically coming up with an idea or something on the fly. We're just spitballing here. We're just throwing out some things. We're just there's
sitting
nothing
round at the bar with the fucking little
yeah.
You know, just having a chat.
Yeah, John, off the cuff. Yeah, there you go. There's no real there's no real thought behind it necessarily. It's just spitballing. We're just talking off the cuff here. We're just throwing some ideas out. That's what spitballing means. You decide for yourself what connotation that brings up when Patrick says that.
Yeah, with Nathan.
And includes Nathan in it. Just spitballing.
Me and Nathan might just be we might talk about that once in a while, like why people lie. I don't know why, but sounds like they do talk quite often, Patrick and Nathan.
There is no evidence of curvature. We do know that there is no evidence of axial rotation, and
there's no evidence of curvature again. What does he mean? There's curvature everywhere.
We do know that the second law of thermodynamics makes it impossible for the sky to be a vacuum. So I'll ask you a question just to see if we can get this started. Do you have any evidence that the horizon is actually the curve of a presupposed spherical Earth?
You asking David or me?
I'm asking
Let's
David.
put it out there. Let's put it out there. Josh, how about you go first?
I like that. To me, to you, to me.
I told you, guy's good.
Clever.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He's asked him. But he went, who, me? And he went, no, him. I'm asking him. And he goes, all right, let's open it up. What about you, Josh?
Josh seems to be the man.
Yeah.
I would say that host was frightened.
He just
Was
doesn't
scared.
know how to answer it, right?
Yeah.
There's you can't answer that sort of a question. And Josh is the sophist, right? He's the practicing sophist. That's what he's been brought in for. So let's go on, Josh.
Got something here I'll pull up, but have you done your own observations? Maybe you should tell them your background in the Navy.
Yeah, I was in the U.S. Navy for 10 years. I've sailed the Pacific, the Atlantic Ocean, to South Pacific. Been all around this world on the oceans. Got a few of my old shipmates actually watching right now.
Wow. Is that the usual Navy thing?
Having some shipmates watch. It depends on when he was in. He was only in for 10 years.
Yeah.
So I'm a Navy guy. John's a Navy guy. No Rad's a Navy guy. I mean, we got lots of Navy guys.
Yeah. Some of your old shipmates watching though.
Yeah,
right?
well, it's an interesting thing. Let me just put it that way. I mean, we all have shipmates in the Navy. Your buddies are called shipmates. Yeah, true enough. But the idea that you'd be in for 10 years means you're not a career, right? Because if you're a career, you were in the Navy, because he's past tense, right?
Yeah.
I was in the Navy for 10 years. Well, that's 2 stints in the U.S. military. You have typically 2 4-year stints. Sometimes there's a 2-year stint in there. So he did 2.5 terms basically in the military. Okay, but that's not a career, right? So to have your shipmates watching you now after a 10-year, I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Yeah.
Seems a bit scripted to me.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure if he had shipmates watch. Maybe he does have shipmates that are all in on discussing flat Earth or round Earth or whatever. But it seems weird. But they're going somewhere with the Navy thing.
Yeah. There's an idea behind it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The horizon that you see on the ocean is going to be a little bit, I guess, further away than the horizon you're. No, you're not looking at the curvature. And the reason you're not looking at the curvature is because the Earth is really big. And
there you go. Nice. I don't know. There's a bit of a break up there, so you didn't get a chance to actually hear what he was saying.
He had bad connection, so
very well timed, though, right? Very, very well timed. I would say, timed to perfection. I don't think it could have been timed much better. So, do you want to hear it again?
On the oceans, got a few of my old shipmates actually watching right now.
That's a lie.
The horizon that you see on the ocean is going to be a little bit, I guess, further away than the horizon you're.
The horizon that you see on the ocean is going to be a little bit further away.
Than the horizon blank?
Yeah.
So
what?
At least
a Navy guy?
At least 2 horizons is what this guy is saying. Now,
come on.
He cuts out right there. To Bev's point, it's a bit of conspiracy theory potentially, but so far, I think the case is being made that this might well be a setup. And if it is a setup, boy, that'd be a nice time to lose your connection for about.
How would it be further away if you're on a boat? Right? Shouldn't it be further away if you're higher up?
Yeah.
So, like, what does it doesn't even make any sense. It literally doesn't make any sense. So, hearing what he would have said in between the break would definitely have helped for him to come back with.
No,
That
you're
was
not
a
looking at
weird
curvature.
comment.
Yeah. Let's see what he says, how he gets out of it.
And the reason you're not looking at the curvature is because the Earth is really big.
Really big. I mean, that's genius, isn't it?
You're not, but you notice what he says. You're not looking at
The curvature,
right.
because it's really
You're not
big.
looking at the curvature, but no idea how that related to the two horizons that he mentioned. At least two, because he broke up afterwards.
Yeah.
And I hate to go to like that Professor Dave dude's kind of way he says that the Earth is really big. Is typically you have every 75 miles is you're going to have 1 degree of
75 miles.
curvature.
1 degree of curvature. Like again, vacuous statement. There's
75, did he say?
He did, yeah.
Yes, yes.
There's
Nathan-
supposedly,
Nathan-
whenever there's a 1 degree change over that time, that's turned into curvature for somehow.
Magically.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now it is 75. For him, it's 75, not 69.
Added
Yeah,
a
but a
few,
1
I would
degree
imagine.
change has turned into curvature. Like that's scripted, right?
Yes, yes. Of
Part
course,
of his
always.
paralogism or whatever. It's a nonsense thing that's been set up by everybody, and everybody's going along with it. This is his rebuttal, don't forget.
Right? Can we agree on that? Every 75 miles on a curved Earth, every 75 miles, you're going to have 1 degree of curvature.
No, that's incorrect.
Okay,
correct.
well, how about this? Then how do you measure curvature?
That's your claim.
No, how does flat earthers say that?
This is very clever, and this is one of the ongoing things that mainly everybody will have already heard. It's called a subversal. You ask somebody a question, and they, quite cleverly, turn it round to ask you the very same question. How would you measure it? No, he said, we asked you, how do you suppose there is curvature there? It's why this guy's a practicing sophist. This is going to be the new guy on the scene, and he's practicing how well he does within this thing. Now, he might have thought he got away with it, but not anymore since we're going over this. This is the new sophist and the new way that these new truthers are going to use these tactics to be able to talk to people.
Yeah, but Nathan dismissed that.
Yeah, he does.
Correctly. So this is your claim, not mine. So you have
Nathan does well to spot it, but most people wouldn't spot it. They would try because they are wanting to help him out. They would try and answer it for him. It's whether it works or not, whether you have a compliant person or a non-compliant person.
There's no curvature through this measurement.
But
But
your
what
claim
is
that,
the?
okay, you have a claim that there's curvature, and Patrick's asked, where's your proof that the horizon's curvature? And you've said it isn't, and then you've given up this
No.
measurement.
What I was trying to
My
say
bad,
is
my
that
bad,
when you're
my
looking
bad,
out
my bad,
there,
my bad,
the
my
curvature
bad,
is so.
my bad.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. I don't know what happened there. Sorry, that wasn't me. It wasn't stuck. That was Nathan.
He just was interrupted, and he, in his way, this is how Nathan Oakley operates in discussions on his show. So generally, technically, he is correct, but he is doing sometimes in that way that this is too much annoying.
Yeah.
As opener, because this is first time when he is demanding not to be interrupted, and he is doing this in very harsh way, especially for people who didn't experience that yet.
And well, this guy here now knows that exactly how to do whatever he needs to do here, and you can see it on his face now, right? This guy, he's in control. He's with the host.
So you've said that there's curvature at a certain distance, and you've given us some mathematics for that curvature. My bad, still in the middle of the same sentence. My bad, still in the middle of the same.
He's getting in. Joining in. Not the host. Patrick's coming in to help out.
Same sentence, my bad.
All right, finish the sentence, Nathan, but keep it short.
I would
Let's
if
go.
I was allowed to. I'm just not allowed to. It
Oh,
seems.
go ahead.
You're allowed.
You're
Go
fine. We're not in an aggressive platform here. We're very
You've just
open
spoken through me
to have
3
a
times.
discussion.
Three times you've
so
spoken
go
through
ahead.
me. Don't tell me you're not aggressive when you've just spoken through me 3 times. I'll
Well,
try
I
and
was
finish
trying
the
to
same
extra-
sentence.
Is Nathan trying to say here that it's aggressive to talk over people? It's an aggressive platform if you overtalk people. Because I don't know if that's what Nathan's talking about, really.
Extrapolate on something
Still
that
trying
you
to finish
misspoke
the
on what I
same
said.
sentence.
Okay,
That's 4
okay.
times.
Time
Not
out,
an
guys.
aggressive
Nathan,
platform, but you've
Nathan,
consistent.
See, I do feel sorry for Nathan. Everybody knows what Nathan's going to be like. This is what Nathan does. And these guys know what they're doing. What the surprising part about this is that this guy's got a nice smile on his face. This guy's got an even bigger smile on his face. And this is the host now showing his hosting stuff. So dubious of the guy with the biggest smile whilst Nathan's doing his Nathan thing.
Consistently talking through me. Consistently. That's 4 times. 4 times.
Go ahead.
Don't need to be told to go ahead. Just need to be let to go ahead without you talking through me a 5th time.
Take
so
a
you've
breath,
rattled
man.
off
We're
some
just
numbers.
starting out here. Go ahead.
Doesn't seem like I'm getting an opportunity to talk.
And go.
I don't need permission. I just need the people who are interrupting me to not do that. 6th attempt.
See, look. These guys. How many times have you seen this situation? Like, what's going on? So strange. Right, said Fred. He's enjoying himself too much here. Nathan's getting annoyed. It's obvious. And these guys are enjoying themselves more and more.
You've rattled off some numbers for where Earth curve is. Now, given that you're the one in the affirmative position for Earth curve, I'd expect you to know the mathematics for Earth curve. I know them, and Patrick knows them. He even stated them about 3 minutes ago. 1.22 times the square root of the...
Here we go. This is the second or third time that the flat earthers have said these numbers. You notice it's the flat earthers that have said the numbers. And Patrick said it was 100% unverifiable. He told everybody. So now Nathan's saying the same numbers. I wonder whether Nathan thinks it's 100% verifiable. Or whether he spotted that.
He will explain that later, because this is based on this Mick West and what Walter Bislin. So this is mass for globe model. Let's say.
Right.
So this
But
is
not these guys. These guys, this guy here and this guy here have absolutely got no clue about the maths for the globe model.
Absolutely. Yes, this is the first time where Nathan Oakley has to educate them on their model.
But that's obvious. Right, there's something wrong, right? If Nathan's having to educate them on their model, right? If you can't see how bad that is, if you can get a flat earther to come over and talk about your model, you've won, haven't you? If you don't have to talk about your model, and these two guys keep talking about your model, while you just say, no, that's not what I'm talking about. Tell me more about my model. And they go, yeah, okay. I'll tell you loads about your model. Then these two guys know more than these two guys about these two guys' model. Who's obsessed with the model more? Interesting tactics.
The observer's height
getting
in feet.
more annoyed about
There's
it.
not a set distance, as you stated. Seems you don't know your own mathematics. So that's not a good start, given it's your affirmative position. I'm not going to be telling you, on your demand, how flat earthers say it doesn't work when you don't know the positive claim for it. You should know. It's your claim.
Okay, so 1.22 times the observer's height. Where does this formula
No,
come
that's
from?
wrong.
Okay, well, what you just said there. So,
He's so good. Right? States it wrong again. Gets them to tell him it's wrong. He doesn't care. He hasn't got a clue. Doesn't care. These guys are telling him it's wrong.
so Patrick, what was the formula that you had said?
I just gave it you. 1.22 times the square root of...
This is so obviously a setup. So obviously. Like, he's asking Patrick, not Nathan.
The observer's height piece.
Let Patrick talk. Let Patrick talk. You're interrupting him.
Why? I was giving
Patrick,
you the
go
answer and you didn't repeat it back. Is it
But I
that you
asked
don't want to
Patrick,
communicate with
not
me?
you.
I've given it you.
Dude,
you haven't repeated it back
This is
and you've
not going
thrown
to
it to
work if we
Patrick.
keep on with this.
I don't
You
get
told me
this.
Patrick said it, so I went back to Patrick to get what he was saying. Okay, Patrick, can you please tell me the formula that you guys use and that where this came from?
On a sphere.
See, Patrick, can you please tell me the formula that you use?
Yes, and by the way, whole thing, this whole intro from Patrick, he's just parroting. Let's say, I could say even that he's parroting Nathan Oakley. Because
yeah, I would say that too. Yeah.
He's just he didn't bring anything on his own. He's just, even phrasing, expressions are the same. He just literally memorized that, and he said that in the beginning. So when he's asking to that Patrick should say that, not Nathan, it doesn't mean anything, because everything about flat Earth model and the whole thing he had from Nathan anyway. But still,
Yeah, that's why I'm saying this is a shakedown, right? They're moving Nathan out of the way. They're shifting the focus to Patrick. Like live in a debate scenario. This is the deal that's been done. Patrick's brought Nathan in. Now Patrick can be the one that sounds reasonable and make Nathan sound the unreasonable one. I feel sorry for Nathan, I do. Set up. Right, said Fred. New face of flat Earth, right here.
Mm-hmm.
A radius 3,959 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Any distance to horizon can be no more than 1.225 miles.
I think that's when Nathan noticed, right? At that point, Nathan disappears. He's took his camera off screen. He now knows that he's been set up. This guy now is the main man that these guys are talking to.
Times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is not 1 degree for every 75 miles.
Right. That number. Does anybody know what it means? The 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height, or whatever it is. Does anybody know what that actually means and how you do it and what exactly it's talking about? Not, I bet they don't.
it is generally it is distance to the hump. Your distance to the hump, because if you are above horizon, this is yes, I cannot say it in
It's
different
the square
way.
root. The square root is the hypotenuse, isn't it, of a right angle triangle. That's how you work out the square root. Square root of 2 is a 1, 1 right angle. It's the diagonal of a 1 square, isn't it? Square root of 2. It's the long straight side of a triangle. But I don't want to get into that. It's not geometry night. Logic night, right? The idea is that he's just said a load of words that everybody's been come accustomed to because they got it repeated as like some sort of a mantra. But what do these words mean? Nobody knows. You just say them and you sound clever. These guys don't even know it's the new formula. It's not 8 inches anymore. It's been changed to this one that somebody's done. But what does it mean? Nobody knows.
So, but where did that come from? I'm just curious
where
where
did it come
that
from?
formulation came from.
Didn't you know?
I will explain.
Thank you.
I will explain. Okay. You take a cross section, the largest cross section of that sphere, and then you draw a radius going all the way to the surface.
Right? This is where the number comes from. Patrick's going to tell everyone.
Then you draw a right triangle out. And then all you have to do is use 3959 as
Yeah, you ready?
the radius, and then the height of the pointy end of that right triangle then has the height over the surface of the Earth. What that height is determines how tall the object must be for you to be able to see it from the distance of that first leg of that triangle.
Nice. Well done. It's not that.
I even have a chart that's like made by Globe Math.
Cool. Yeah, pull it up. I'd like to see it.
Look at the face. Look at this. Watch. Watch this.
Do is use 3959 as the radius, and then the height of the pointy end of that right triangle
Emporia.
then has the height over the surface of the Earth. What that height is determines how tall the object must be for you to be able to see it from the distance of that first leg of that triangle. And I even have a chart that's like...
Look, right now, at this moment, he realised he hasn't got a clue what he's talking about. The scripted bullshit has just run out. He's just realised he's sat in aporia and it's all over his face. He's got a...
Made by Globe Math.
Cool. Yeah, pull it up. I'd like to see it.
Something made by Globe Math.
All right, one moment.
Why are we doing this? This is your claim. Aren't we?
Well done, Nathan. It's a setup, right? Even Nathan notices it. He went off camera for a bit. He had to come back. Compliant Patrick. Checking up some stuff for him while he's drinking tea. Got a flat earther, a new flat earther. Checking out numbers for him and stuff. Clever.
Yes, Nathan Oakley knows very well these tricks because they were exercised on him also.
Yeah.
Back in the day. So now he is noticing that they are doing the same with this guy, Patrick. So that's why he's warning him.
Yeah. How did he get here? How did Nathan end up here whilst this guy's Googling stuff for this guy who's drinking tea? Look at him. Such a good setup.
Here to defend Flat Earth. Why are we having to make your claim for you?
Well, because...
That is a good point.
Well, because what I'm trying to say is that I haven't heard that formula before. The formula that I have for measuring the curvature of the Earth is completely different. I remember when I was on a different show with another flat earther, and they told me that I think it's what, for 1 mile, you have 8 inches of drop that you should have, or 8 inches of drop, something.
Yeah. Why is he saying no? Why is he saying no? They've changed it, have they? Is there a difference? Like, what's this thing? Like, he's saying no. It's interesting.
Of that nature. And
it's important. It would be important to know. So
absolutely.
So let me give you the you were to reverse the algebra, then you could make it that the curvature over any given distance d
If you reverse the algebra. I mean, Nathan's got pulling some funny faces, but this is practicing sophist too, obviously. Listen,
Important to know. So
Absolutely.
one. Yeah. So let me give you the. If you were to reverse the algebra, then you could make it that the curvature over any given distance d in miles is 2/3 of a foot or 8 inches times the miles times the miles. So over 1 mile, the curvature would be 1 times 1, which is 1, times 8 inches. 8 inches of curvature over 1 mile. Over 2 miles, 2 times 2 is 4, 4 times 8 inches, 32 inches. And that math gets worse and worse as the number of miles increases.
The math gets worse and worse if you reverse the algebra. What's he talking about?
He's talking about this Robotham formula, let's say.
Yeah. Yeah, there's 2 different formulas. Both of them have been made up by people to describe something that isn't there. Nathan, I don't understand Nathan's thing, yeah. Patrick's being compliant. Patrick's what's needed now, right? In order for these 2 guys to be able to get anywhere with anything, they need people like Patrick. People like Nathan aren't needed anymore. See you later, Nathan. It's been a good. You've done well, but Patrick's coming in.
Right. There is a website called the Distance to Horizon Calculator. So it does all the math for you, and it does the math correctly. You know, Nathan refers to it as the. Well, what do you call the?
I call it the.
Oh, look at this! Bringing Nathan in, nice one, Patrick. What do you call it?
Begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator. This is the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. This is your claim of Earth curve at the horizon.
No, that's not, that formula is not my claim of curvature.
Yeah, it is. That's the claim of Earth curvature.
The claim.
No, that's not my claim.
Sorry, are we debating you?
Listen, Nathan, you're putting words into my mouth.
This is another tactic. I didn't say that.
Yes, this is globe claim, but not mine.
Not mine. I didn't claim that. I don't know about that. I'm ignorant of that part of the globe. I didn't know. I didn't say that. You 2 guys here said that, not me.
That's the claim of Earth curve.
Stop trying to straw man this
My
argument
bad.
here.
It's like telling a Christian that they don't believe in Jesus. That's Earth curve. That's your maths for Earth curve. You don't have to like it. It's yours.
No, because what we're actually talking about when you're talking about the curvature of the Earth is what I'm seeing here is that you guys are looking at a horizontal plane and expecting this horizontal plane to have a certain curvature at the end. But what we're really talking about is an arc over this distance over time. Yes.
What's he doing? Is he muted there, or is he just
no? He's not saying. He's just and he's repeating. No, it's yours.
It's not. It's not. Yeah, but he's trying not to overtalk him, right? Yeah, he's muting himself, but still voicing his. Yeah, I get it.
That's what we're talking about in the sense of Earth. And if you measure this correctly, you should see about 1 degree for the 3,900 mile radius of the Earth, about 1 degree of curvature every 75 miles. The Earth is
1 degree of curvature. I mean, that's fantastic. Now we measure curvature by degrees. That's an angle, by the way. Interesting how people can perceive something that makes no sense. It's a nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. Vacuous statement, 1 degree curvature. 1 degree angle change.
very, very large. And so when we're looking at something going over the horizon and it begins to disappear, the reason we're seeing this is because it's not going over 1 it's not going over 1% of the Earth's curve right there. It's going over a very small, minute portion of that. This is why we can see longer distances in some things, because we have atmospheric conditions that present themselves.
Sorry, that made no sense.
It's good, right? Nathan spotted it, but nobody else can. Because what he says is just a low, incoherent string of babble. It means nothing. And it takes somebody... it takes somebody who knows about this sort of stuff to break it down. But like I say, this guy's a practicing sophist. So what he's just said was something that came from a Navy guy. Right, so Fred's getting a bit upset. Sat back, arms crossed. Nathan's taking his front seat.
Whatsoever. Meanwhile, you have laid down in...
that.
My bad, I was only replying for 10 seconds. What you said made absolutely no sense. It's not my claim, but I understand the not yours, the globe claim, and that is not it. So you don't understand. I don't know why I'm here. You don't know.
What's the formula
My bad.
for...
My bad.
What is the formula?
My bad.
Nathan,
My bad.
Oh, again. He's smiling. He's got a bit of a grin on his face.
I'm in the middle of a sentence.
And you've already interrupted me 3 times.
Have I? I waited for a gap. You're in the middle of talking through me, and you're accusing me of talking through you. I'm still in the middle of my sentence.
Do you know
so far, every single time I've spoken.
Oh, Kurt, what's going on here? Is this a power position? Somebody's put his glasses on. He's waiting patiently for Nathan to finish. Don't know whether he's looking up as a intentional. I haven't got a clue. Optics of it are pretty interesting though, aren't they? The optics of that one shot.
On this show, you have spoken through me. So, given that our opponent, Patrick, doesn't know their own claim and has just laid down the most nonsensical, incorrect nonsense about how Earth curve maths works, I don't really know what I'm doing here. He doesn't know his own claim, and he's claiming that I'm talking through him while I'm refuting the total nonsense he just spewed about Earth curve maths, which is incorrect. Not right, wrong.
Can I share this screen? All right, so let me see if can I share this one?
Just telling someone they're incorrect doesn't mean they're incorrect.
Meanwhile,
Patrick's trying to get a grip on it. Nathan's lost his cool. Josh is smiling, drinking his tea. Host is doing
all we've done so far is debate their inability to understand their own bloody claim. We've not got to any flat Earth yet. We're having to babysit them through baby steps of their own bloody claim they don't know.
Oh, come on. Come
on. You don't know your own claim.
I'm telling you that the way that you're saying that curvature exists is not.
I'm not. That's your claim. Stop telling me that's how I'm saying curvature exists. It's your claim.
This is what you are literally saying. Globe Earthers calculate curvature this way.
That's correct.
No, globe Earthers calculate it a different way.
Do they? Show us.
It's interesting, isn't it? Do you get what he's saying there? Do you get what the globe Earther is saying? He's saying, not that. That thing that you're saying, not that.
Yeah, before he said that this is a globe claim, but this is not his claim. And now he's saying that, no, this is not globe.
Yeah, so, globe does it differently than that.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is,
which is it's a very, very skillful tactic, because he's going to make the flat earthers make the claim and pretend that that claim is the flat earthers' claim, not theirs.
Maybe yes, but still it is very annoying. So I understand why Nathan Oakley is annoyed.
But they're doing it on purpose, right? They know they're doing it on purpose, and Nathan should know that they're doing it on purpose too. Nathan should be expecting all of these sort of things. He's experienced enough in it, and he knows that these guys aren't gonna have anything anyway. Nothing. So this is all they've got. He should know about these tactics and these tricks.
Citation, please.
The arc.
Citation, please. Citation.
There you go. Look, dude, you're doing the same thing that you're
saying
me.
it. I heard.
Yeah, citation. Yeah, obviously Nathan's going to say citation, right? And he's not going to have anything. All he's got is the not that. Nathan's still playing, though.
I heard the maths the first time that was wrong. Now you're saying that's how Globe Earth masters it. Citation, please. Show me it.
David, what do we got here?
Show me it. Citation,
I just
please.
pulled up what Patrick put on the screen. This is from Patrick.
It's Globe Earth maths. I know the Globe Earth maths. I want him to cite the nonsense he's just told me I'm wrong to incorrectly, according to him, correct him on.
No, I want.
It's madness, isn't it? This is why they brought it in. This is why Nathan Oakley's there. This is why Patrick brought Nathan Oakley in. Patrick's giving them all of the stuff that they should already have for themselves. And Nathan's saying, why are you doing that? Well, that's why he's doing it. Because you're out, Nathan. Patrick's the new guy. He's in. He's allowed to play the game. He's playing the game with them. You don't play the game, Nathan. You're not allowed to play the game. Out of the club.
I want to hear the argument. So, Patrick, take it away.
All right. Josh, claiming that only 1 degree of curvature takes place every 75 miles is simply mathematically incorrect.
Okay.
The curvature of the Earth increases exponentially as the distance gets further. And by the way, this is a globe claim, okay? The statute mile distance around the equator is 24,901.
It's a globe claim, but who's making the claim? Who's stating it? Who's talking about it? That's right. It's Patrick. Patrick's speaking for the globe.
Which would give you a radius of the Earth of 3,959 miles.
Right.
This is geometry, okay? This is not something that's disputable. It means, and I actually did the Taylor series at the end of this myself on paper.
He did the what? He did the Taylor series at the end of this on paper?
All you have to do is take the distance that the object is from you, square that distance in miles, and multiply it by 2/3. And that's the number of feet of curvature that should be blocking your view to that object. So,
Hot Mike?
No, I would. It is from this stream.
Is it?
It's there. There.
10 miles, you take 100, because that's 10 times 10. You take 2/3 of that, and that's 66, and that's how many feet that would be blocking something that was 100 miles distant. All right?
I understand what you're saying, Patrick. Go ahead.
All right. Now, we do not observe that on the water at all.
You're right, and we don't observe that on a curved Earth either. The reason we don't observe that on a curved Earth is because what you're looking at there, that O, that horizontal line using trigonometry, is a horizontal plane. We're actually measuring the arc.
That O is a horizontal plane.
It's a horizontal plane.
Oh. Who's that? Getting some
Now
feedback.
it's SE.
Who's that?
SE Montreal. I think.
Are you there?
Feedback.
He's not even here, is he? Yeah, he's not even here.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
I think he dropped to rejoin.
All right.
Yeah. Of Earth, not the horizontal plane of Earth. Does that make sense? Is that when we're looking straight out, there's slight variations of curve over time, but then you also have aspects of altitude.
Did you hear that? Did anybody hear that? Did they? Or do you, have you tuned out to what this guy says?
Not now, because he's basically saying nonsense. He's mixing some things. I really, from some point, I started to ignore what he's saying.
Right, I've rewound it, but listen to this.
Is that when we're looking straight out, there's slight variations of curve over time, but then
when we're looking out, there's slight variations of curve over time.
Yeah, so it may mean everything. Everything.
Everything and nothing, right?
Yeah, yes, of course.
Curve measured over time. There may be. There
the
may
curve
be.
changes 5 minutes from now. The curve will be different than it was 5 minutes before.
I think, yeah, it may be one of the methods of measuring curve over time.
This is just sophistry
Yeah.
because you can interpret this in any way you want.
And you
Anyway.
cannot interrupt. This is a rumpus tactic, right? Talk fast, say a lot of stuff that means nothing, and hope that 95% of it gets past. And if anybody does interrupt you to say, what the fuck does that mean? Then you can take advantage of that and pretend that they don't understand something that you've just said.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
This is normal tactic.
This is the practicing sophist. Get ready. This is going to be a lot more of this.
And you also have aspects of altitude, change in topography, and everything else that comes about in this. But if you wanted to take the whole Earth in perspective, what we're talking about is a measurement of arc, because that's how you're going to get to a sphere.
I'm literally measuring arc. The actual arc is generated by the angle theta created with the original radius to the center.
Like, what's he talking about? What? That makes no sense.
You don't know the arc?
Like, that's how they do the curvature. I mean, who does the curvature? He's just giving it to them. Something that isn't done. But compliant Patrick, right, said Fred, man, has told them it's literally. Did he say literally?
Is that when we're looking straight out, there's slight variations of curve over time, but then you also have aspects of altitude, change in topography, and everything else that comes about in this. But if you wanted to take the whole Earth in perspective, what we're talking about is a measurement of arc, because that's how you're going to get to a sphere.
I'm literally measuring arc. The actual arc is generated by the angle theta created with the original radius to the center of the Earth.
May I,
and then you take that. What's that?
May I? You don't know your own claim.
Nathan, I'm going to grab a glass of water.
Yeah, you don't know your own claim, guys.
Oh,
so how are we going to take apart your claim if you don't know it and you're denying it? We've just spent the last 10 minutes going through your globe claim that you don't know. Now, if I may, can I prove to you Earth's flat? Given that we've just spent the last 10 minutes going through your own bloody claim of a globe Earth you don't know.
Please prove it.
Yeah, this is good, right? Nathan wants to prove something to them. Prove it's flat. Nice one, Nathan.
Thank you.
See the proof.
I can spend 10 minutes uninterrupted not proving your own claim you don't know to you and actually proving our Earth's flat to you. Excellent. You said you're in the Navy. Know any navigators in the audience?
Say that again?
Navigators from the Navy days?
Probably one or two, yeah.
Excellent. Do they know what an elevation angle measurement is? How about you? Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Well, I would assume that it's an angle at elevation.
No, it's an angle measurement from a baseline to a star to acquire its GP for navigation.
Oh, okay, right.
An angle. You know. It's an angle. He's taking his glasses off again. I don't know whether this is meant to.
Right, gotcha. Go
So
ahead.
you know what you know about celestial navigation then, being in the Navy?
A little bit. I didn't do today. We don't use much of celestial navigation to navigate through the waters of the ocean, if you can imagine.
You don't think people go out on the water with sextants and they don't have them as a backup on aeroplanes? You don't think that's the case?
Oh no, they absolutely do.
Yes, that's right, they do. So we're aware of celestial navigation then. Angle measurements can only take place on a flat Earth. Further to this, all of the models and maps, including the globe, are derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris. Your latitude lines on the maps are lines drawn out based on areas of equal elevation. That's a flat Earth angle measurement to Polaris. And all celestial navigation is done with angles. You can't acquire an elevation angle from a curved surface. You take an elevation angle measurement from the plane of the Earth, and you take it with reference to the horizon or a spirit level in a sextant.
You just measure an angle, right? He's talking about measuring an angle. Yeah, big deal. Anyone can measure an angle. Right, said Fred's. I think he's fallen asleep.
That's because all lines along the ground are referenced to 0, sea level. And that's because elevation angle measurements can only be done on a flat plane. I thank you.
You can measure an angle from anywhere, though.
Yes, because this plane or horizontal line is regardless of Earth. You are at some elevation. You can be at the let's say foot of the mountain, and you can still make elevation angle. So the shape of the Earth. Making this angle does not prove shape of the Earth anyway. So
yeah, it is literally, it's just an angle.
Yes, but
a vertical angle.
He's saying this repeatedly, so I know that this and anything like that would be for Nathan Oakley proof of flat Earth, which is not.
Yeah.
So it will be more of that in this debate and whenever, because he is using always this kind of proof that elevation angle proves flat Earth, which is obviously not.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways to measure angles, right? They normally use the azimuthal angle, and that's an angle on the horizontal plane. Right, so there is 0 elevation change of a azimuthal angle. Like you can think as an azimuthal as a compass, north, south, east, and west. Right, there's no elevation angle. An elevation angle is an angle measured in the vertical. That's the only difference. There's a difference between a horizontal azimuthal angle and a vertical angle.
Yes, so it has nothing to do with shape of the Earth or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever, Earth, water, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. You may have heard us say you can do fuck all with an angle. Well, this is one of those purposes of where you'd be able to do that, right? You've just got an angle. You can measure it, yeah. But then you've got an angle. And Nathan seems to think that measuring an angle proves flat Earth somehow. And he sat there nice and smug with it. I wouldn't be as confident. It's not really means, I don't know.
Okay, and so, but we're talking about to our horizon, which the amount of curvature from one point to the horizon is insignificant.
So 1 point to the horizon. That'd be a straight line, wouldn't it? The horizon would be a point, provided you could get there and draw a line, but you've still got 2 points, and then where's the curvature?
It is assumed.
Yeah. He's throwing his hands up, though, as though he's asking a question.
No, it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
What's
no? That was you. According to you, that was globe.
That's according to Globe, not according to me. According to you, that's your claim. You don't know. You keep telling me it's my claim. It isn't.
Did I say that was my claim? Anybody here? Did I?
This is a clever tactic. Very clever. Nathan's saying it's the Globe claim, and he's saying, well, it's not my claim. I'm not Globe. I never said that. Clever. Is this like an argument from ignorance?
Yes, he's trying that.
Yeah.
He's trying that. Yes.
Clever.
Did I say that was my
It
claim?
is the globe claim you don't know. So you're saying it's not yours because you don't know it. Your ignorance does not. Your ignorance doesn't alter what the globe
Do I know it
claims.
or do I not?
My bad. I know it must be painful me pointing out your ignorance.
Okay, relax. Josh,
no,
can you talk about, I'm going to let you describe what you mean when you're talking about how to measure the curvature of the Earth. So give your claim. Like, we're not here, Nathan. No, Nathan, you're here to debate me and Josh, not other people, not some, I want to hear what Josh would say to this. Let's just let him respond.
Okay. To measure the curvature of the Earth.
Good.
We're talking about how the Earth is curving over distance over time.
Sophistry.
Now, as Patrick pointed out, the Earth is incredibly large. You did. You said it was, what, 24,000 miles in circumference. We're talking about 3,900 miles in radius. It's incredibly large.
No, it's not. I don't think that's very large, but I said it
Can
was
you pause here?
24,901 statute miles.
Patrick did, he brought numbers.
Yeah.
Originally, this was Josh who said first time that Earth is incredibly large.
Big. Yeah, it's big.
And now he's saying that this was Patrick who said that to him.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
he's
you can
clever.
Yes. But he is blatantly dishonest here.
But
He's starting
Patrick
to
did
show
bring the numbers, right?
Yeah, but only numbers. He didn't say that this is incredibly large. No, but he's saying that Patrick did say to him that the Earth is incredibly large. He did not. He's putting his own words into Patrick's mouth now.
Sophistry.
Yeah, normal.
Well, yeah, I think this is a tactic. He's specifically come in here and they've never made a claim. And you can be reliant that the flat earther will tell you the globe stuff. So they've developed this method where these guys never have to say anything. If they get the right flat earthers in, they will be able to play off these, because this guy and this guy are two separate things. These guys can play these guys off each other. This guy stating this guy, bringing the numbers, he's going to get this guy upset that this guy has said something that this guy wouldn't. Set up. Entire thing. Feel sorry for Nathan.
Around the equator. I didn't characterize that in any other way than quantitatively.
Okay, well, quantitatively, I look at that as fairly large.
That's wonderful. Please continue.
Okay, I look at that as incredibly large, especially when we're an insignificant little speck on this planet.
That begging the question fallacy.
Okay, so when you guys are explaining what globe earthers pertain to as the formula used, and I know Patrick just said that, yes, but he's talking about the curvature is computed there through theta. I understand that. That's what you said, Patrick, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. There's other aspects, more accurate aspects of which they use to do that. There is R over RE over K, which takes the hidden height, measures that through the radius of the curved light over the cosine of S over R. I got the formula right here, okay? It's a complex formula to measure the curvature of the Earth. And we can get into the math.
It's a complex formula to measure the curvature of the Earth. Sounds like a calculation, not a measurement.
Yes, so it reminds me last Blue Marble Science mathematics. This sine, cosine, this with pi. Oh, this is very convoluted.
Yeah. Yeah, it's trying to confuse people. It's not really that complicated. And the truth is, you can't measure a curve. It can't be done. But hey, let these guys talk about it.
Mathematics, we can get into the science aspects of this as well, right?
Please.
I don't think we need to. Here's the thing.
Why not? You're disputing my claim.
I'm saying that the claim that you're using as the formula is not what I would use to calculate the curvature of the Earth.
Then what formula?
Did you see that then? Patrick said, why not? You're disputing my claim. What's his claim? Does anyone know? His claim is that the curvature that he's talked about isn't there.
Yes, that would be his claim.
So his claim is that the curvature he talked about is there, which he hasn't said. He's not made a claim of anything.
Yes, he said that this because the Earth is incredibly large, we cannot see this curvature. So something like that, he said. So he's like
it's a mess, isn't it?
Yes.
Nobody's keeping a grip on it. Nobody knows what actually is going on about here.
What would you use?
What I would use is this one right here that I have. But this is what I'm trying to say. Through observational phenomena, I can understand your perspective, right? But let me ask you this.
Through observational phenomena, I can understand your perspective.
Complete utter nonsense.
But let me ask you this, right? Distraction. Straight after saying nonsense to distraction.
Red herring, yes.
Yeah. Clever. Practicing sophist.
If I got onto the ocean, I left San Diego and I went due west, okay? When can I expect to see Earth's curvature? If it was curved, right? I'm saying that happens 1 degree of curvature every 75 miles, but it's not negligent in the sense that that's your opinion, okay? But I'm saying is that you should...
reality.
Okay, sure. What I'm trying to say, though, is that if I'm traveling along that 75-mile long line, 1 degree of curvature on a Earth that I look at as incredibly large, 24,000 miles in circumference, is negligible.
What does anybody imagine that 1 degree of curvature over 75 miles? Well done, Josh. 75 miles. I like it. What would that look like? Because don't forget, 75 miles is a straight line distance. So what does the 1 degree of curvature look like to a straight line? 75 miles is definitely a straight line distance.
If this distance was curved, you cannot see most part of this 70.
Can't see any of it.
Nearly zero, because you can see in this model or whatever calculation, you will see only 1 mile.
1.22 because you've got the observer's height. Yeah, that's why, right? Cleverly, they've changed the number. Because if it's 8 inches, you're talking about the ground, and then there's mathematical proof that proves that you can't have anything. There's no straight line that you can fit on their model. But they don't want to go there, right? So somebody has been compliant with them changing the number for some reason. Now, I don't know who, if you think it back, who's the one that's voiced the 1.22 the most? Was it the Globers? Is it the Globers that have brought the 1.22 change around to allow for an observer's height?
I don't know. Maybe it was Robotham himself. But as I was reading this parallax, quite a few years ago, I understood his calculation as distance to this horizon, which is Hump, this tangent point, and then a distance from that point. And you had to subtract your distance to horizon from the distance from this tangent point to the drop. So that's how I understood his calculations. Robotom's calculations from like 6 years ago or 5 years ago. So I really didn't research that again, but still it was something like that, that you have distance to horizon in this model, to the hump. This is tangent point. And then you have further straight line, and you have to subtract this distance to horizon from your position. And then you can calculate this drop with 8 inches and so on.
Okay, so now who is the one that has brought the tangent point to the horizon around?
Maybe
who's vocalized that the most?
Maybe recently. It was Robotham himself.
I think recently it was Nathan Oakley, right? It was QE that brought the 1.22 and put it into a thing that he called the Black Swan. Like, they voiced it, they vocalized it, and they said it repeatedly, like a cult. They said that. Nathan Oakley has also said tangent, right? But that tangent is to a horizontal horizon. So how could it be a tangent? I'm saying what's happening here right now has been made entirely by the Flat Earth debate crew. So if you're watching and you're listening to this guy being a sophist and this guy getting stuck about numbers and geometry and all of that stuff has been put into your head by a certain group of people. Nathan Oakley. And he's being cut out of this very conversation. The very conversation that Nathan Oakley should be talking about. It's Nathan Oakley that said this. He's vocalized it. There's nobody else that's talked about this any more than Nathan Oakley. Set up. I'm telling you. Nathan Oakley's not being allowed to talk about the very thing that he's injected into this conversation.
Maybe you are right. But
Are you saying
Go on.
Because I can't remember well what I wrote back in the day in Robotom's parallax. So I'm not sure if he, but I think that he was even in his drawings, it was this line tangent to horizon. So if Nathan Oakley is doing that, what he is doing, maybe he's just repeating after Robotom. I have to check, but I don't have heart for that, really.
Well, yeah. Somebody's gone round there and said it to Nathan, and Nathan's vocalized it. Now, recently, he's just stopped talking about it. Obviously. He's going to get himself into trouble. He's got everybody else into trouble because there's an argument that's been developed that nobody knows about, right? It's been developed by Nathan Oakley and the Flat Earth Debate Superheroes to the point now that these guys don't even claim that it's their numbers. How's that for an argument? How's that for doing yourself out of a very argument? Not being able to construct an argument leaves everybody in a mess. Especially when you're constructing an argument for a group of people that can't even construct their own argument. So you're constructing a fake argument in order for you to debate against that. And that's what Nathan Oakley's been doing. These guys know it. It's got to be infuriating for Nathan. He's developed an argument with QE and all of that. And now these guys are obviously just messing it up.
Never see the curvature.
Through an observation of moving west from a point on the ocean? No.
So what evidence?
Have observable phenomena from that.
All right. Fair enough. Then let's go back to my original question.
Mm-hmm.
What evidence do you have that the horizon is caused by the curvature of a presupposed spherical Earth?
It's
What sort of a question's that?
This is this housekeeping question. So this is standard.
Yeah, obviously, it's going to cause aporia. Let's see how well the sophist does.
It's kind of nothing against you, Patrick, but the question kind of doesn't really draw context. I mean, I'm trying to make sense of it, but what evidence do I have that the curvature is caused by the horizon of the planet? Let me ask you this.
No, he didn't ask that question.
Yeah, I know. He
asked
changed the
for
question,
curvature,
and he didn't put him at right. He didn't write him, and now he's flipping it round and asking another question back again.
He was talking about curvature, evidence for curvature, and now he, in response, he's talking about just horizon.
Yeah.
So he's not responding question.
Let me ask a question.
Okay.
How do you perceive the Earth to be flat through the observation of the horizon?
So what you're saying is you'd like me to prove that the Earth is flat rather than me
No,
asking
I don't want you to
that the
prove. I
Earth is
want
a
to. I
globe?
want to know your thoughts and opinions. If the sun is coming over the horizon, okay.
See, that was. I don't know why he didn't answer that. If he is a flat earther, like he said, why did he not answer this question?
Draw context. I mean, I'm trying to make sense of it, but what evidence do I have that the curvature is caused by the horizon of the planet? Let me ask you this. I guess. Let me ask a question.
Okay.
How do you perceive the Earth to be flat through the observation of the horizon?
How do you perceive the Earth to be flat through the observation of the horizon?
Yeah, this is a good question, but this is question for question. So he didn't answer his question, and now he's reversing. But this kind of reversion is legit in discussion.
Yeah, because
so
he could
I would say-
answer it, right? He could just say right now, the horizon is horizontal. That's why I was asking you, where's the curvature? You show me where your curvature of that horizontal is, please. And reverse it right back on him by answering it. I mean, he would have to admit to being a flat earther, right? Because of the way you've structured the context of that. Right? Within what he said was, how do you say that the Earth's flat by the horizon? So by answering, you say that you're saying that the Earth's flat. Very clever way of structuring it. Like, of course, you can't say that the Earth's flat by looking at the horizon. He was just asked about curvature. Strange, he doesn't want to answer it.
So what you're saying is you'd like me to prove that the Earth is flat rather than me asking.
No, I don't want you to prove. I want to know your thoughts and opinions. If the sun is coming over the horizon, okay,
Over the horizon.
through this observation of that phenomena, because I mean, we were talking about this before the show.
Can I
We're
answer
talking
him?
about observational data, right? So empirical data, empirical evidence, things that happen within the phenomena of nature. We observe them. We take notes. We record them. We draw hypotheses. We test those hypotheses. We develop theories. Theories are built upon repeatable experimental phenomena over and over again.
He's doing this again to annoy Nathan, though, isn't he?
Yes.
He started off with empirical. That didn't work, so now he's just like piling it on. It just gets worse and worse and worse. It's just...
Yeah, so he knows that he is annoying Nate, and he's doing it even more.
Doing it on purpose, yeah.
Yeah.
More and more incoherent babble about science and stating, recording documents, and wow, he's clever.
Right? And we try to draw conclusions from that.
Can I answer him, Patrick?
So from observing the sun rising every day, setting every day, what can we determine from that brings about the idea that the Earth is flat, non-rotating?
Nathan, why don't you take this?
Perfect. Okay, so we're moving past the assertion that Earth has a
like no, Patrick directing Nathan.
physical geometric limitation blocking boats and buildings with a measurable value in the Earth curve maths to it being our burden to prove what the horizon is and how it proves Earth's flat. No problem. If you're on a boat at sea, you have a tool called a sextant. It's a tool for measuring angles. What you will do with this tool is point it at the horizon to establish a horizontal plane of reference.
That's bad. I'm sorry, but that's just about as bad as it gets. Get a sextant out and point it at the fucking horizon. Get real, Nathan. You're in a debate show, man.
That's a flat Earth. Now, that line that you establish as horizontal with this tool that measures angles called a sextant, you will establish that horizontal baseline.
Can I point out as well, right here, a sextant isn't a tool for establishing a horizontal. It's an angle measuring device. There are tools called levels that establish horizontals. A sextant is not one of those tools.
Yes, that's why this is correction needed. And this correction is calculated only. So no measurements of horizontal using sextant. It is impossible.
Yeah.
Because you are looking at horizon, and horizon is below horizontal. So it cannot make or establish horizontal. It is impossible.
Can I jump in and say something?
Yeah.
We should stop looking at lights in the sky to measure the ground we walk upon. That goes for both sides of that argument.
Nathan's not doing though. He's just grabbed hold of his sextant and pointed it at the horizon. It's even worse.
It looks at the lights in the sky for its reference to an almanac. Who wrote the almanac?
I don't think Nathan's give up on that, right? Nathan knows that's no good an argument. So he's stopped using it. He can't use the angle because he knows that there's fuck all you can do with an angle. So he stopped using the angle. Now Nathan's entire thing is the horizontal baseline. But a sextant isn't a tool for establishing a horizontal. So I literally, I don't know what's going on.
Fine. With the horizon, horizontal, as the name suggests, out beyond the horizon to the GP, that's ground position of a star that you're measuring the angle to. Now, the GP is the position directly below the star, which would be to say that if you were at that...
Yeah, there you go. That's the star. Directly below the star.
Yeah, do you remember those clips that I clipped of the last time? I remember I had a whole bunch of clips and there was a couple with no context.
Yeah.
Well, one of them was he doesn't trust the ground position. He said it. In one of those clips, if we could go back, you can find that part of the conversation where he doesn't believe that the almanac is even right.
Yeah. Well, like I say, you can do fuck all with an angle, but he seems to have found a ground position of a light in the sky somehow, which is impossible from an angle. The statement is a geometric statement of truth, right? You can do fuck all with an angle, and that includes finding the ground position of a light in the sky.
No, that's why I disagree, because not with you, but with this almanac, because maybe in this almanac it is written where the GP of the star is, but this has to be done by other means, I would say, on the ground. For example, if you have some star in, I don't know, in Italy or whatever, and this star has GP at this certain time, so it has to be written that this time at this point in this city, this star has its GP, and then it can be written down into almanac, and then someone could use that, but not. This is previous knowledge. You have to have previous knowledge about this GP. It is nonsense to measure anything from the boat. So, but still, this is only my speculation about this GP, but I am not sure about that. Anyway, it has to be done on the ground previously, and of course not on the boat, because on the boat or on the ship you cannot measure GP to the star. Not, I mean, to GP of the star. It's impossible. And that's because you don't know how long your hypotenuse is to the star, because it will create hypotenuse as Brian's logic drawn his drawing. So we don't know, as they say that we don't know distance to the star, so we don't know how long this hypotenuse is.
You don't know either of the lengths of the arms of the angle, because a sextant doesn't measure either the lengths of either of the arms of an angle. It just measures an angle.
Yes, so and they are using this nautical miles per arc minute or whatever, but this is to Polaris. So how they translate this into other stars? And they assume these stars are not at the same height as Polaris. So for me, it doesn't make any sense. Something smelly here.
Yeah, definitely. Well, the fact that you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fact that Nathan's trying to relate that to a horizontal somehow, which, I mean, definitely not with the sextant.
That position on Earth, the star would be at your zenith, directly above your head. That means that when you measured using the horizon, the angle to the star, you established.
You measured using the horizon. Wow. Impressive.
Earth as a horizontal plane of reference, because it can only be a horizontal plane of reference to get an angle from it.
Did he say Earth? You're using Earth when he's talking about the horizon. Over water.
Maybe.
Big E. I wonder whether Nathan's got.
Be right back in a few minutes.
That's what an angle is, two straight lines, not one curved line and one straight line. So in order to perform celestial navigation on a boat, you need the horizon to establish the ground as flat to measure an angle. Hope that answers your question.
Keeps using that as well. It says the ground is flat. On a boat. The deck of the boat.
Important to note that we did just reverse the burden of proof. I still am asking for any evidence that the horizon is created by the curvature of a presupposed spherical Earth.
Right, and I tried.
The horizon's created by the curvature. That's very strange again. Sounds like they're stuck in some sort of a circular argument. It just doesn't sound like a question.
Can I say
to
it
me.
again?
Yeah, go on.
The horizon is only the limitation of your vision, because the sky never touches the ground. Technically, it's touching the ground right at your feet, if that's the case. The horizon is only the limit of your vision.
Yep. Well, I mean, you could say the limit of your vision, but it's where like the mountains touch the sky or whatever. People get confused because Nathan's talking about the ground, yet he's talking about being on a boat. So how do you say the ground's flat, the earth's flat, when you're talking about water and the horizon viewed over water, the true horizon?
Biggie.
Yeah. Obsessed. Afflicted by a model. Even within the words that they're saying. Like he's asking this guy about any evidence of a curvature, and he knows that the horizon's horizontal. So where would the evidence be that the horizontal's got some sort of a curve in it through the horizon? I mean, if the horizon's got any curve, it can't be horizontal. So, I don't know. Maybe they like this sort of thing. Maybe they like this circularity of non-arguments. I don't know.
Try to explain this, and you guys, and he was obviously trying to straw arm me. I was trying to say is that when we look at the horizon, we're not going to see curvature because at those distances.
See, look, he said, when you look at the horizon, you're not going to see curvature. Like, no, because it's obviously horizontal. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. You're not going to see it. We know.
It's negligible because you need longer, greater distances to begin to see even 1% of the curve of the Earth. That's what I said.
1% of the curve of the Earth. How much is 1% of the curve of the Earth? Give us an idea. What does that mean? Nothing.
You guys keep on, and he kept on going back to that same argument.
Okay. Mathematically false.
Just a quick question.
Okay, real quick. I got a super chat. I just want to read out real quick. It's actually related to this. It comes from SEV Gibson, $10. Thanks, man. He says, Nathan and Patrick are not listening. Josh is talking about an arc distance of 75 miles, not a plane distance. You need to back up and listen to Josh's actual claim instead of framing his belief.
See, they're mentioning the 75 miles. And no one's put them right yet. I don't know how many times he's mentioned 75 miles. Hopefully somebody will solve that.
I know what he's talking about. He's talking about an arc distance. That's the measurement of an angle. An arc. The arc through the sextant.
The measurement of a curved Earth, an angle.
No, I hadn't finished my sentence. I'm being told I'm not listening, and then I get about 30 seconds through a sentence, and someone else starts talking straight through me.
Did you see that as well, then? This is one of the plays that's going on within this. It's been set up for a bit, quite a while. It's this, the idea, the angle. What's Josh's actions when he's talking about?
I know what he's talking about. He's talking about an arc distance. That's the measurement of an angle. An arc. The arc through the sextant.
The measurement of a curved Earth, an angle.
No, I hadn't finished my sentence. I'm being told I'm not listening, and then I get about...
See, we're talking about an angle as he draws a curve. What's that mean?
Yeah, I was wondering what he's seeing in his head when he says that.
But like they all do. 1 degree over 69 miles, I'll say it. It's not 75, Josh. It's 69. And it's a 1 degree change at each end of the 69 miles. But they obviously have decided that 69 miles is curved. And the 1 degree describes the curve of the horizontal, which is ridiculous. But that's the only way that they can develop a curve into this, because otherwise it's a straight line. And there's 2 angles, one at each end of this straight line.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. We've exposed it with flat earth math. It should be pretty obvious now that straight line between those 2 points should be where everybody's targeting. Because he thinks it curves. He's just drawing an angle somehow.
30 seconds through a
No, you're
sentence and
obviously
someone
not
else starts
listening.
talking
But
straight
hold
through
on.
me.
Let me show a video real
An
quick
arc,
because this
an
video,
arc
this
distance.
video will explain what we're talking about here. Okay?
My bad.
Is that okay, David?
We're not,
Can we show a
we're
video?
not okay to address anything you've said? No? Clearly not.
Okay, how about address it while I'm loading it up? Josh, go ahead and share the screen.
How do
and I'll
I
listen.
disable
So
camera?
just go share screen, and then
I don't have a
if there's-
share screen.
Josh,
Okay, I
while you're
got
loading that up,
presentations,
you said
local
you don't
video.
appreciate that the horizon's supposed to be Earth curve. So have you never heard that boats go over the Earth curve, or that Chicago's blocked by Earth curve at the horizon? You've never heard those statements?
He did. Well, look, they've got Nathan Oakley to say it. In Nathan Oakley's frustration, these guys have got Nathan Oakley to make their claim, or to ask them at least.
Have you ever seen the blink test videos where they show it actually does lose the bottom of the buildings?
At the
We've done this in
horizon.
Lake Ontario
So,
as
so
well.
you're affirming that Josh does know that the horizon's claimed to be Earth curve now because he's
I'm
spent
not talking about
20
Josh.
minutes
I'm just
denying
asking
it.
you. Like, have you seen those blink tests? You know what I'm talking
So we have
about?
this right here. I want to just play this video if we can.
Sure.
I hope
Go
you
ahead and
guys can
share
still
that,
hear me.
Josh, and I'll. Here we go. All right.
Okay. So why does the Earth look flat from the
What's
surface?
this?
And if you pull that up yet, Dave, I can't. I'm frozen on this end.
Yeah, for some
Just let
reason
me know
your
when I need to
connection
play.
just dropped low, Josh. Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you. Yes. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yeah. Oh, you're good. I can see it on the screen. So yeah, you go ahead and push play.
Okay. I'm gonna hit play.
Is this a cartoon?
Wow.
It's a cartoon.
It's a model.
We don't live on a model.
You're showing me a cartoon, dude. I'm gonna get some water.
Hey, do you want to tell us what the point of this is?
Okay. Thank you, David. So what that's
Wow,
showing
that
you
was good.
is the aspect.
That was good, right? You've got to admit, him not saying anything through that and making everybody watch it. That's rumpus tactics, right? At least he got people to look at a circle going to a straight line.
Ratio of how we are on Earth and things are getting larger and bigger, mountains, buildings, these types of things. And that at 100 kilometers, the curve of the Earth is negligible because it's a little over 1% of the actual curve of 360 degrees of angle. And I think that Nathan even said
of 360 degrees of angle. You see what's going on here? He's associating an angle with a curve. That's impressive. To be able to mentally do that, that takes a fair bit of commitment. Takes a lot of faith and a lot of commitment within a model to be able to think of an angle, inclination of one straight line to another straight line as a curve.
He seems to have been able to convince himself of
Yeah,
it.
he's done it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And it's not just him. There's a lot of people that have like a mental image whenever they hear of this. That, I don't know. It'd be interesting to talk to more people about it.
there, but you're measuring an angle. Yes, we're measuring the curve of the Earth. That's the point. And that's what my whole argument was in the beginning, is that when.
So now wherever you measure an angle, to Josh, that's you measuring the curve of the Earth. That's impressive. So like when Nathan says you can do something with an angle, Josh would be the same again. You can measure an angle and then imagine that's a curve of Earth somehow. Impressive.
When we're looking at the reason a sextant works is he's saying that we're utilizing a sextant to measure on a horizontal plane. Absolutely, because
you notice what's going on here as well, though, right? Nathan Oakley is the guy with the argument, right? It's one of the proofs. And how much has he been allowed to talk about it? He's been invited on here to do this. And he's not prepared. He's got no videos. He's got nothing to be able to share. He's got no pictures. He's got no introduction. I'd say it's not good.
At those short distances, 8, 10, 16 nautical miles, when we're talking about the horizon, the curvature of the Earth is negligible. It's not observed. This is what I was trying to say.
Not observed.
So,
sorry, Josh, just pause for a sec. Are these guys even listening to you right now?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. Are they? I thought they were.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening, but every time I try and talk, I get told that I'm talking through you. That's what happens, kind of like now. So, I mean, I'll try and respond to some of the stuff.
He sounds agitated, right? Doesn't look good. I think Nathan knows it as well. Right, the guy's talking about Nathan's number one proof that's been given to him by 10th Man, right? He does something with an angle, but it's one of his best proofs, and he's not been allowed to talk about it. And there's another guy here who obviously knows nothing about it that is being allowed to talk about it. Talking rubbish. A sophist. It seems to be doing a better job, and Nathan's getting upset.
Things that you've said, but there's a good chance that even though I've only just literally started speaking, I can hear someone else's voice talking straight through the top of me. It seems that every single time I talk, I'm going to get someone else talking straight through the top of me, no matter what I say. So why shouldn't I check out, turn the camera off, and just do my own thing? Because every single time I've talked so far, someone started talking in the middle of my sentence. Literally every time.
You've interrupted a few people too, and you got a bit of a, I don't know, you got some kind of big chip on your shoulder. I don't know what's going on.
An ad hominem
attack. Why don't you just listen to the argument and counter it and just be a civil, normal human being instead of being a complete dick?
That's another ad hominem attack.
It is an ad hominem, and it's directed directly at you, buddy.
So you can't address my argument about elevation angle measurements being taken from a flat surface, and instead you'll talk through me and use personal
I'm liking
attacks.
this. I'm really liking this.
They're clever, right?
Yeah, very, very good.
These guys know what they're doing.
On here. When they start losing, they start over talking you and trying to change the subject, and then now both of them are jumping in.
Yeah, it's just like being on Nathan Oakley's.
It's getting exactly.
Essie?
It's getting a taste. It's getting a taste. How does it taste? Nathan?
This is a tactic that everybody uses. Nathan knows it because he uses it too.
Yep.
We're after the conversation here, right? But this is a very common tactic, and you won't know about it unless you've experienced it. And fortunately for us, both me and Essie have both experienced this at Nathan Oakley's. I've experienced this at Fight the Flat Earth. I've experienced this at Gem Pandas. I've experienced it everywhere. McToon's, you name it. Blue Marble Science.
That's why I'm laughing and enjoying this right now, because exactly
Nathan knew to expect this, right? He's used it. If Wally's annoying you, Paige, give him a timeout, give him a break. Doesn't really need to be here. He's doing himself damage.
Debating tactics.
Personal attacks. Are you going to be okay? You going to survive
I would like to actually make a statement without you ad homing me in the middle of the statement and accusing me of talking through you. So am I checking out of the conversation or am I interrupting you? Which is it?
So early. We're only 43 minutes in.
Right. So maybe address my statement about measuring elevation angle measurements from a flat baseline.
No.
Josh.
What was it? What was the statement? I'm sorry.
You have to acquire an elevation angle measurement from a flat baseline if you're navigating, getting your nautical miles. How'd you get a nautical mile?
What are we arguing?
No clue.
You said nautical miles. I'm asking if you know.
Yeah. Not got a clue. Even though he's been talking about angles all the time, right? All of his entire everything is angles. Yet, when asked about nautical miles, no answer. Because they won't make a claim.
What you're talking about?
Right. Miles over ocean, miles over water, right? Miles
What
over
is it?
curvature.
What is it?
What's
a nautical mile? What's a nautical
I think
mile?
a nautical mile is 1.073 miles.
What? No.
Am I correct
How's
on
it
that?
acquired?
Let me check the measurement.
How's it acquired? Let's see.
Why don't you tell me?
You're the one who claimed it, so you don't know what you're talking about. But it's necessary to call me a dick and the audience to think I'm not listening to you. I've listened.
This is great. It shows Nathan's confusion, and it shows that these guys know what they're doing, and it shows that they're sharper.
Yeah, it's quite salty, I would say.
Yeah.
There's a salty taste here somewhere.
Because of your argument, not because of your argument.
Again, I'm in the middle of talking and someone is immediately talking through me. Why? Because I'm a dick? Is this me being a dick being talked through? I'm still talking. I listened to you, now trying to respond to all the stuff you've said. You've talked non-stop for 45 minutes. I've had about 3. So, you've mentioned repeatedly, this is about science. So what science have you got for a globe Earth?
Okay, let's backtrack because you just asked me what a
Who
nautical
had
mile
that
is.
sigh?
I said it's a mile as.
I don't know.
Sorry,
Trying to go back.
I'm back, so I missed
No,
all the good
listen
stuff.
to
I'll
it.
have to go back and listen. But
There's not that much you've missed. Really.
somebody sighed really heavily. Was that Patrick?
Yeah, let me go back. Probably. Patrick's been doing the triangle arms, the leaning back, the
I'm still
impatient.
talking. I listened to you, now trying to respond to all the stuff you've said. You've talked non-stop for 45 minutes. I've had about 3. So, you've mentioned repeatedly, this is about science. So what science have you got for a globe Earth?
Okay, let's
I
backtrack.
can't tell who
I
that
think it was
was.
Patrick. He's moved his mic right in front of him, and he put his hand over his nose, so it could have been a nose sigh.
Interesting.
You just asked me what a nautical mile was. I said it's a mile as determined over the ocean, or we can say air or whatever. It's 1,852 meters, just a little bit bigger than a regular mile. Okay. So, anyways, what I'm trying to say here is that the curvature of the Earth, and I think we need to move on from the curvature of the Earth part. Well, no, because Nathan, everything that you've said
I'm just
is
waiting for this
basically
to settle, and then I'll show you some stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Go
Well,
ahead,
how about
finish
this?
it.
Let's just move on from this argument. We can just talk to this as a.
Oh, I didn't miss the wizardry. Good.
Very clever again, right? Nathan has been
Yes.
brought back in, and now he's not allowed to say anything. And Josh is going to go and waffle again. The very thing that Nathan just accused him of letting carry on. It is. This guy's practicing, right? But this guy's the main guy. This guy's directing him. It's clever. Patrick's doing all the right faces as well.
Patrick, no, seriously, jump in if you want to. If you want to explain,
I would like to jump in. I'd like to say first of all, I don't
look. Patrick, jump in if you will, and Patrick's allowed to jump straight in, even though Nathan was the one that just got invited to come back again, that wasn't allowed to say anything.
don't know how long you guys have been looking into this, okay? But this is a question of geometry. This is not a question of anything other than, can you draw a circle on a piece of paper, stick a triangle on it, figure out the trig, and you'll know after you work a Taylor series at the end, just to expand the trigonometric function, you'll know that the curvature of the Earth over distance x is 8 inches times x squared.
Wow. That's interesting. Put a triangle on top of a circle.
Yeah.
Do a Taylor series thing, and then you come up with 8 inches per mile squared. Why wasn't he using that earlier? Why did he use a different one? Why has he just said it's pure geometric and he's come up with a different number? Sounds like it's scripted, right? To me. Why would you just change your geometric argument from one thing to another?
Period. It is
Okay,
not
can I?
1 degree
sorry,
for every
finish that.
75 miles. And
Okay.
so I really want to, this is settled upon.
He's just said it again. He's literally verbalized it. Right? It's not 1 degree for 75 miles. He said. Which it isn't. Don't think he actually knows the real numbers that there's claimed for the measurements. Interesting.
The globe people agree with this. They just say refraction is what hides the curve.
Good, David.
All right. What about, so earlier, Patrick, you had some issues with Josh showing you what you call the cartoon, which was just a model to try to give some perspective on what's being said, right? Yet now we're talking about drawing circles on a piece of paper, right? And so what I'm asking is what kind of observable experiments that you can point to in reality? Like, let's get off YouTube and off the papers and all that for a minute and just talk about observing reality. Because I'm not sure if you've become aware of this. I'm sure you guys are.
Oh,
observing reality.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That's Rakia's bridge.
Yeah. Well, no. It's the
that's Rakia's Lake.
It's Rakia's Lake.
Yeah.
Look at that.
It says if the Earth is flat, the vanishing point should intersect the horizon line. But in reality, the vanishing point is above the horizon line. This is evidence of the curvature of the Earth. The vanishing point? What? Are you sure? Sure that's an argument? I'd look into that.
And who? Well, and it's worth understanding who brought this up.
Yeah,
who brought this picture up?
Headman. Yeah.
And by the way, you can see on this picture that only upper part at some point is starting to curve. This is the only one thing in this picture is curving, because bottom is not curving. Water seems to be not curving. The only thing is curving is this blurry part of this upper part of this, what it's called, this poles or whatever.
Yeah.
So this is trick. This is just optical trick. I would say that this is CGI, but it's just a trick.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
It's
it's like Flat Earth Math showed us, right? These guys are willing to show you a trick and then not tell you it's a trick. That's what math showed us, right?
Yes, because you can notice that the bottom part of this poles is going in straight line and is like disappearing, or it is covered with this red line. But we can assume that this vanishing point of the bottom is on the horizon. But they are doing trick only with this upper part.
Well, as well, whenever we've done this, the crosshairs are always above the horizon. Always.
Yes,
every
yes,
time.
yes, of course.
They should come and have a talk with us sometime on this.
Hey, I have a question. Are they trying to say that you should trust your vision or not trust your vision, like your senses?
I don't know. I think they're just saying, look at this picture.
Well, go back to what he said. Listen to his words.
I think if you press J, you can go back 10 seconds. The letter J.
Are you sure?
I think so.
Oh, yeah. Well done.
Nice.
I go 2. Thank you very much.
Circles on a piece of paper, right? And so what I'm asking is what kind of observable experiments that you can point to in reality? Like, let's get off YouTube and off the
observable experiments that you can do in reality. What is that? Yeah.
He corrected himself or rephrased because he was talking about observations.
Yeah.
But he thinks that observation is experiment. No, it is not.
Well.
Yeah, but then look what he does. Guys, you got to get this. The guy's a master wizard.
He's setting it up. Yeah.
Yeah. You have to pay attention to his words. He's choosing his words, right? We talk about this all the time in this Discord server. Choose your words. This guy is a media person. We've talked about that before. He's very polished. You can see he's very polished. He's not making any mistakes, guys. I guarantee you he's not making mistakes. Everything this guy does is on purpose. Now, you listen to his words. He's not making a mistake. He didn't catch himself. He wants to say scientific experiment or experiments, observational experiments in reality. He wants to say that, and he does in a little bit.
Yeah.
He equates this picture. He equates this picture he's about to show with observable experiment in reality.
Yeah.
All that for a minute and just talk about observing reality, because I'm not sure if you've become aware of this. I'm sure you guys are aware of this. It's a place called Lake Pontchartrain. It's the transmission lines in Louisiana, United States. Anybody can go here and do this. Now, this is not my picture.
Pause it.
But
anyone can go here and do this.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Can anyone go there and do this?
You have to get the right conditions at the right time. But I would presume so, yes.
Okay.
Providing you've got the correct camera, the correct positioning, the correct time of year, the correct conditions.
Correct conditions.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've had friends of mine actually go and repeat this experiment. There's actually...
I've had friends of mine go and repeat this experiment.
Yeah, it's
That's
an experiment.
A great argument.
Taking a picture is an experiment.
And having friends of yours go do it.
Yeah, I suppose.
That's also fantastic.
I've had friends of mine go and do this, right? Like,
Definitely.
go and do that for me.
Yes, indeed.
Nice.
Actually, a few places that you can do this. And a real quick explanation is it's essentially a causeway. This image was done originally by a YouTuber named Soundly. So anybody that's interested in following up.
It's a causeway. That's not a causeway.
That's not a causeway.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it was done. Did you catch the words?
Yeah.
Are you guys
originally done by Soundly.
Done by Soundly. Not picture taken by Soundly. This was done. This picture was done by Soundly.
Yeah.
What did he do?
He made the technique that makes this occur.
Oh, interesting.
That's what he did.
That's why I noticed that this bottom line doesn't match upper line.
Yeah.
He had to do something, used something, maybe a barrel distortion, whatever, I don't know. But normal picture cannot look like that.
He stacks.
Yeah.
Picture stacks.
And I don't think old DW there is going to mention that piece.
Yeah.
But let's hear. Let's listen.
Yeah.
Up on all of this, if you go on YouTube, you look up Soundly, there's tons of videos talking about all of this. And this image was virtually modeled on a spherical Earth with a circumference of 40,000 kilometers.
Virtually modeled. This picture was virtually modeled. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Wonder who did that. Walter Bislin.
The model made a prediction that if zoomed in at the specific height, what we should see. This image is what the model showed. And when this shot...
Wow.
He said this image was modeled onto a model. And then when they zoomed into this image, it showed this image within the model that they built the model on.
Holy are you guys getting the wizard? This is why I said this guy is a freaking wizard. He is a master wizard. Are you paying attention to the words? Do you get what he's doing here?
He used this picture as the model, and then when we zoomed it into this picture size, it showed us this picture.
Yeah, lo and behold,
this
exactly what we expected to see.
What about the days that you don't get this picture?
We don't talk about those
Well,
things.
that's why they made the model around this picture.
Yeah, what model would it confirm then?
Yeah, the model can confirm the picture now. They reverse engineer it. It's genius. The guy told you.
Was done in reality, that's exactly what you see. So what they did was they created a model, they made predictions, and when they went with a Nikon P1000 camera, which is one of the favorite cameras that flat earthers like to say is the best for zoom capabilities, they went and they actually saw the effects of their model and their prediction in actual reality.
That's fantastic, that.
That is
well
good.
done, David.
Indeed.
Yes. I hope everybody caught that. How David described them using the picture to make a model and then reverse engineering the picture. And they were astounded when they went back there and saw that the picture was the same as the model.
This is blue marble stuff. It's Photoshop, but because it has to be.
This is definitely blue marble scientists at work. Guys, I'm going to say this again. If you don't understand what a wizard this David dude is, you will get taken by guys like him.
Yeah.
It's really important. If not in this particular arena, don't care about this topic. For me, when I watch this stuff and I watch a wizard in action like this guy, it's like, you've got to respect it. You've got to respect it. You don't have to like it. You don't have to think it's good. You don't have to think it's virtuous. I don't think any of that. I do, however, respect it because this guy is a freaking wizard.
Yeah, these are the things that are put there for you to learn.
I know, Rob, but if you don't respect it, it's like fire or anything else, right? If you don't respect it, you're going to get burned by it. You got to understand it and you got to respect it. You got to give it its due, right? And say, I understand you're the wizard. You have to say, I understand you're a wizard. I see the magic that you're doing. Yeah. Respect. Yeah, do your wizardry. It ain't going to work on me.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Not to underestimate, just it. So, because underestimating is not showing due respect to opponent. So
yes,
it may end badly.
Well said, Paper.
Actually, we would like to go and have a chat with David and Josh.
Definitely.
If you two guys want to have a chat and you're listening to this, then yeah, come on, let's have a chat. I'm sure we could have some good conversation.
Indeed.
We should reach out to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should.
So the bridge, it shows right here. You got 24.27 kilometers, which is 15 miles across. At least that's what you can see. And if the Earth was flat, the vanishing point should intersect the horizon line. But in reality, the vanishing point is above the horizon line.
The vanishing point. The vanishing point of what? Why is the vanishing point up there?
Yes, of what?
What?
Of
there's
nothing.
Nothing there.
Yes, yes. So
it's quite
nothing,
obviously not a vanishing point because there's nothing there.
Nothing to vanish. Yes.
There you go. Now, listen. I hate to slow this down, but it's so good, man. It's just so good. So does anybody remember? Think way back at the beginning when this guy introduced himself. Do you remember way back? What are we in now? An hour into this thing? More than an hour into this thing? Remember, he really appreciated flat earthers because they make you think and you learn all sorts of things. And he's just a guy looking for the truth. But he's got this shit scripted, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's just read that, right? There's no critical thought to go like, what's vanishing into that vanishing point? Because it's vanished before it gets there.
Yeah, he knows exactly. He's scripted this. He knew he was going to bring this photo up, and there's others that are coming. He's got others that he starts putting up there. He knew that this was going to happen. He knew that this was a quote argument for his side. But he's just an honest guy, and he really appreciates flat earthers, because it gets people thinking. And this is the kind of stuff that he's bringing. This stuff is what he's bringing.
Yeah, this is the scripted
That's-
stuff that's going to keep coming up, right? Over and over these things.
Yep.
Now, going over this year, I reckon, we're going to have to go over these things. This is particularly one of the things we're going to have to go over. There's a few scripted things that they've got. You've got Lake Pontchartrain, this one. You've got the actual bridge, the causeway. Blue Marble Science is a speciality. Then you've got LIGO, and you've got the Blackpool Tower mountain picture that Ranty was given by Thingy. They're the things that we're going to have to go over, because they're the things that are going to get shoved in everybody's faces as arguments. And since what we do here is we go over arguments and debates, then welcome to the new what we do. This is one of them. That's not a vanishing point, because some people draw some red lines on a picture. It doesn't make that a vanishing point, and it doesn't make that a globe earth proof or a flat earth proof or anything. It just means you've been fooled by people. And it also means that this guy is scripting this shit, like Kevin's just said, and he's been told to bring this back in. Because it's an argument. And now within the cycle of arguments that come around, this one's been away for quite a while, because we smashed the shit out of Soundly and all of this sort of stuff, really. And Soundly had to go away, disappear. He couldn't even come and talk about it himself.
By the way, I cannot see any curvature at the bottom.
No.
It's a straight line.
Yeah.
So the water is not curving, but this thingy above the water is curving. Strange. So before horizon is not curving, but behind horizon, the upper part is curving.
Yeah.
Why? Don't know.
It's no relevance. But these lines here, with this point here, it means nothing. Just lines that somebody's drawn on a picture, which was used very well by Ranty again. Drawing lines on pictures.
Again, bringing up the point, on any other day, you would have a different photo, a different image you'd be analyzing. And what would that tell you?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. So this tells you nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, you try and have a conversation with Soundly. He was supposedly there for 3 years on scene doing this research.
It took that long to find that perfect picture, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, that one and the causeway one as well. There's a technique of picture stacking. And obviously drawing lines on pictures that bear no relevance to anything and pretending that that's an argument. And you notice it's flatearth.ws. Interesting characters.
Nathan, let me
interesting title.
Let me take a crack
as well.
Which one? Transmission.
Flatearth.ws is flatearth.ws a flat
FE.
earther?
Yeah, FE. Well, he's one of those FE guys, isn't he?
Oh, okay.
You know,
like flat Earth math is a flat earther.
Earth Dogma, flat Earth
I
data.
gotcha.
You know,
Okay, good. I'm good.
flat Earth debate. They're all the same.
Crack first before you jump in. I'm sorry, David. Did I interrupt you?
No, you didn't.
I'm
man.
getting an echo though.
Okay, I'm getting a bad echo.
Oh, but somebody maybe if you're not talking, everybody mute. That'll fix that.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Okay. It's really bad. The question is it my fault? All right. Anyway,
I'm not hearing any on my end.
a little bit.
It's been muted
there's a
as well.
fallacy called
So,
the
yeah, get
affirmative
that.
It's not even saying anything. Look, it's just
Poor Nathan.
Yeah.
So they got this feedback. By the way, again, I'm in conspiracy theory mode at the moment because I think this whole freaking thing is a setup.
Yeah.
But come on, they haven't had a problem up until now. The guy says, well, maybe it's a muting problem. He mutes Nathan.
Yeah, he
Dude,
mutes
what
Nathan.
the hell? What the hell is that? and then the problem still is there. So what the hell is it? Where did this come from? There's an hour plus into this thing. They haven't had a problem at all with any of the audio. All of a sudden, there's this freaking wicked echo. What the
Somebody's
hell?
pressed something or done something, haven't they?
Come on.
Consequent fallacies. So we're gonna start. I'm not going to address this picture that you're showing me just yet. But when I talk about the rule of geometry, and by the way, I did the geometry in order because we're told that the Earth.
What's this guy talking about here, right?
What geometry? Because I don't remember any. The trig, is that what he's talking
He says,
about?
whenever I talk about the rule of geometry, but that doesn't really mean anything. It's a nonsense statement, but I don't know what he's saying, right? What's he trying to do as a character within this? Because this is what I recognize as the flat earth character, right? Somebody who goes in with a load of bravado into a room and starts telling them about something, but not making any sense. It's just incoherent nonsense that, you're meant to sit around and listen to. And if anybody ever says, what the fuck are you talking about? You're meant to be belittled or whatever and pushed out of the group. Nathan knows it well, right? They all know that this is a tactic that's used. When they have an expert, that expert's allowed to just say whatever they want, even if nobody's making any understanding out of it. This guy's about to do it here, and
we're gonna start. I'm not going to address this picture that you're showing me just yet. But when I talk about the rule of geometry, and by the way, I did the geometry in order because we're told that the Earth is a ball.
Right, when he talks about the rule of geometry, because he did the geometry, and we're told that the Earth's a ball. Like, where's the geometry in that? He's talking about a ball.
Of radius 3959 miles, okay? And so just doing trig, you'll know that the distance to horizon can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
He said it was 8 inches before, didn't he, when you used trig and the sphere and the ball. He's changed his numbers again. Do you know why he's done that? You know what the difference between the two is?
I didn't think through that yet.
Well, one of them, the 8 inches, is the physical ground. The other one is it adds the height of eye with correction and curvature, dip correction, refraction and all of that. The other one, the 8 inches, just physical ground. So you can add a vagueness in with an extra number and a different calculation. Whereas you're talking about a physicality with one of the numbers and not with another number. They needed to change the 8 inches. So they did. And who helped them? Nathan and QE. Thank you very much, guys. He's just literally changed his mathematical formula to derive a different number out of it. When one of the numbers has a refraction sort of calculation inbuilt into it.
Okay. Now, all horizons can be no bigger than that on a sphere of those dimensions. This is.
Do you want to hear that again?
What's no bigger?
Yeah.
Because we're told that the Earth is a ball of radius 3959 miles. Okay. And so just doing trig, you'll know that the distance to horizon can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay. Now, all horizons can be no bigger than that on a sphere of those dimensions. This
can be no bigger than that. The 1.225 times that's how big a horizon can be. What's that mean?
I don't know what the size of horizon. The size of horizon is from right to left, as you can see. So
that's not what he's got in his head, though, right? You can tell what he's got in his head. This guy, the size. What has a size? I'm not going to say it, but like this guy's already got it in his head. This guy.
This is mathematically verifiable.
It's mathematically verifiable that the horizon can have a size, says Patrick. When he talks about the rule of geometry, this is what he's talking about.
Shouldn't he be talking about distance, not size?
You can't have a distance, though. That's one of the things. I mean, like, it's the same thing, but I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
You have only, let's say, angular size. This is angle of your view, and it would be like nearly 180 degree, because this is from right to left. So this is what you can see, the angle, let's say, of your vision. So this whole span from right to left, it can be measured as an angle, very, very wide angle. So that's all, nothing more.
Don't think that's what he's talking about, though, right?
No.
Although I'm not too sure he does know what he's talking about.
He's talking about
scripted.
Horizons, not horizons.
He's just
horizons.
He's doing the scripted thing. He's just saying words, right? He's got no understanding or comprehension about what he's actually talking about. He's just saying the words. He's saying the magic spells to appease the cult leaders.
So it's all of them. So if you have one instance where it matches up with where the globe would expect that horizon to be, that's one instance. That's it's a claim. You know, all
where the globe would expect the horizon to be. What?
Is that personifying the globe?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Well done, Patrick.
All swans
Weird for
are
a flat earther, I think.
All swans are white.
Is he getting into the black swan argument?
Yeah. He's like, I think this is why I think it's a setup. Look at Nathan's face, right? This guy's allowed to talk about stuff, and when he does talk about stuff, it's incoherent, and Nathan has to just sit there and listen to some guy talking nonsense right now. Is he testing Nathan to see how Nathan would get annoyed at him? Or is this what this guy's imagined that Nathan's been telling him about? Because he says he's a long time listener. So what this guy is talking about is learned from Nathan.
Maybe he's...
Listener, no. He's a Patreon that also gave $200 to go and talk to these people.
What?
No. Really?
Is that a story?
Wait, you didn't know that? Yeah, I know things because I listened. Nathan said that Patrick gave him $200.
Patrick gave him $200.
$200.
He said he was doing it for nothing.
That's what Nathan said? Wow.
Yes. I could find it if I had looked hard enough. But
wow.
He did say that Patrick gave him 200 quid.
Oh, I mean, if that you don't have to produce it necessarily, Rob. That's stunning because
I'm pretty sure in this he says that he didn't get paid for doing it.
That's pretty stunning.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I don't care.
I didn't know that.
All the more God, that leads into
for
the
200
setup
quid.
all more,
Holy
doesn't it?
shit.
Why
Wow.
would he pay Nathan 200 quid
It
to
shows you
show
why
up?
Nathan looks like this right now.
Holy hell.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that, Rob. I'm not so sure you should have told us that.
Yeah,
I felt sorry for Nathan,
all right.
and like I didn't know why he'd been got into. I thought he'd been pulled into it, but I mean, if he's been paid 200 quid, then well done, Nathan. 200 quid. I hope it was fucking worth it, man.
Let me say something. In the immortal words of Buster, wisdom in all honesty.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's for sure, Rob.
Yeah. Well, I did say, like, we normally deal with the things that you don't say. And tonight, gloves off, glasses off. Nathan, you've been mugged off here, right? You've been set up. And if it took 200 fucking quid, fuck you, man. You deserve it. Cheap. Wow. I guess that's the media company that funded that. This new Rockfin or whatever it was.
Must have been, yeah.
Nice.
So
nice.
It's all of them. So if you have one instance where it matches up with where the globe would expect that horizon to be, that's one instance. That's it's a claim. You know, all swans are white. How many black swans do you need to falsify the claim that all swans are white? Just one black swan.
Listen to what he's saying. Like, does he really have an understanding of the black swan? Right? How you get there to find the black swan, right? Within a logical argument. I'm not too sure. Like, it sounds impressive. And I think it undermines everything of Nathan. Or is he showcasing his prowess as a flat earther?
It's a Popper's razor. And so the Lake Ponchar train, whatever it happens to
You'd listen to that. He's very good.
Because we're told that the Earth is a ball of radius 3959 miles. Okay. And so just doing trig, you'll know that the distance to horizon can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay. Now, all horizons can be no bigger than that on a sphere of those dimensions. This is mathematically verifiable. So it's all of them. So
it's mathematically verifiable. How? She's talking about 1.22 miles. It's crazy.
So if you have one instance where it matches up with where the globe would expect that horizon to be, that's one instance. That's it's a claim. You know, all swans are white. How many black swans do you need to falsify the claim that all swans are white? Just one black swan. It's a Popper's razor. And so
Popper's razor. Really? Has he got that right? Has anyone ever heard of Popper's razor? Have you heard of Occam's razor? And you've heard of Karl Popper, the guy that brought out the black swan, the falsification argument through science. Anyone ever heard of Popper's razor?
No, no, but I'm not. You know, I may not be in the know. Did he conflate those two things, or is that an actual thing?
Well, Karl Popper and the black swan and Occam's razor are things. I don't know whether you could combine the black swan into a Popper's razor.
I don't know.
I think this is where I think, right? He's either testing, could be testing everyone, right? Because I know I do this sort of thing. I've done it quite a few times, just for a laugh. Throw in something that makes no sense, just to see if anybody goes. Ooh, you can tell who's paying attention as to who picks these things up and who hears it and who doesn't hear it. Right? You've got to be careful when you're listening to these things of what they're actually saying. Because if somebody can squeak in and put past you like an incoherent nonsense, then that's a wizard, right? That's a practicing wizard. And these guys are doing it in a live stream.
Well, and neither Josh nor David called him on this that I can recall.
Yeah.
So interesting.
Yeah, everybody have a look. I'm not going to look up for Popper's razor because I know who Karl Popper is and I know the Black Swan and I know Occam's razor. So I'm all right with it. I'm okay.
Yeah.
The Lake Pontchartrain, whatever it happens to show, I can show 100 different cases where the horizon is incredibly further.
Right. He's just, whether he realizes it or not, he's put the horizon within the Lake Pontchartrain picture. Right? Is that the horizon? Mid-picture horizons. Do they exist? I'd say not. There's no such thing as a mid-picture horizon, although, get ready, they're coming. Because there's one sort of thing that has to have a mid-picture horizon. One particular model that has mid-picture horizons. Only known about in the rare talked about places of the depths of geometry when you start talking about that. Most people aren't ready for it yet. Most people aren't aware of it. Lake Pontchartrain was actually the one that taught us about... Lake Pontchartrain. That one was the one that taught us about the mid-picture horizon.
Way more
You're
distant
welcome.
than a sphere of those dimensions would allow. You have to get through that. That's a huge problem for the globe. And I'd like it to
which
be
ones can you show? Just show.
Okay.
And what? And I just need to know the conditions of the environment during that day. What was the cloud?
This is where, Kevin, how fucking quick is this guy, right?
Yep.
The picture that he's just given that had a load of bullshit red lines drawn over it, right?
Yes.
Is absolutely flipped round, and see how quickly this guy flips it, right?
Sphere of those dimensions would allow. You have to get through that. That's a huge problem for the globe. And I'd like it to
which
be
ones can you show? Just show.
Show us.
Okay.
Okay.
And what? And I just need to know the
right. He said show, and he went okay. Reached out his hand, and then before his hands even got out, he's going conditions.
Yep.
Listen to these conditions.
The conditions of the environment during that day. What was the cloud conditions, all of that, and we would need to know what kind of camera was used, and we need to know
what kind of camera
was it zoomed in. How, like, there's certain things we need to know if those experiments are accurate.
You need to know the barometric pressure.
Would it be safe to say that
of all points along in between the target and the camera?
I wonder if Flat Earth Maths, because he's been chatting here in the live chat a little bit, and he was touting Soundly's picture. I wonder if he would agree with the same thing, that when QE or Nathan or anybody else brings up the oil rigs picture or any other picture where you could quote see too far, whether there's any objection with regard to the optics or the camera used or the time of day or the time of year, barometric pressure, whether or not somebody had a period in the house, or might not have had enough to eat, held the camera steady. It's amazing stuff. But you're right, this guy immediately. Yeah, he's right there, man. Wizard.
As soon as he asks for something, before he's even been allowed to give it, he's putting down conditions. That's practiced, right? He's already on the defensive.
Absolutely.
But this is not his idea. I heard that before. This his objection is not his objection, because first time I heard that it was maybe on Nathan Oakley show, with Rumpus when he was creating his model of refraction. Of course, he modeled his refraction model according to some mathematical Lorentz, or whatever it was, formulas, and it was, of course, average. So objection arised, what were these conditions? And these objections were from, of course, Nathan Oakley and Panel. So now he is reversing to, let's say, flat Earth side. So he's flipping this argument.
I've heard this loads. Anytime you mention anything about the camera, they want all sorts of conditions, because that's what Nathan Oakley started asking for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think you're right, Paper. The point is with this wizard is look at how fast he turned it around, and no one challenges him. No one says this may be an American term, but what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
He's literally just shown us only like a meme from flatearth.ws. Right? He never asked for any of the conditions or anything with that. But hey, now you know the conditions, right? This is why pictures are no good. Nobody's ever going to take any evidence from any picture. Doesn't mean anything. Get rid of pictures. There's no need.
I wonder if somebody else has said that.
Yeah.
I seem to recall a big to-do hullabaloo around Blackpool Tower and a beach somewhere, and
taking a screenshot from a video. Like, don't take the video, just take a screenshot from it. Don't worry. Yeah, interesting how people determine this sort of stuff. It's good.
Clouds and atmospheric haze would make it harder to see a great distance rather than easier.
Like you talking like cloudy day, it's obscuring the horizon. Of course.
A cloudy day would make it harder to see. You would see less far on a cloudy day, and you would see further.
You can see that, right? If Nathan's been paid, right? And we don't know, it's speculation. But he's now allowing Patrick to do what I call an acting job here. It's scripted. He's practiced it. He's probably looked in the mirror as he's doing it. This is a routine he's giving out right now. And Nathan, accordingly, he sat there though so compliant. You wouldn't normally expect Nathan to be doing this.
Yes, especially when he's using a word atmosphere.
Yeah.
Because this is most triggering word for Nathan. So he should object.
Yeah.
That does come out. Yeah.
Yeah.
He does object a little bit later, I think.
Nice.
But not, I think, on Josh, not on Patrick.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's allowing Patrick a lenience that he wouldn't give anybody else normally. Now, whether it's because he's on a live debate show and he doesn't want to seem to go against his opponent, but this, when I said setup, this is what I was talking about. This is the conditions that you get put in. When you say you're going to go and do a debate and then, somebody else has dropped out, your opponent's dropped out, and, we've got another one. Here's a 2v2 now. And it's like, what? Who you got me with? And you're with Flat Earth Aussie. He's your partner. It's like, no. That's what it seemed like to me, this. Like, Nathan was coming to talk to somebody and he's got more help than he needs, but he's now allowing Patrick to say a lot of stuff and get away with it. Hey,
on a clear day.
And you can see even better on some other days where the atmospheric conditions allow for that.
Atmo, what now?
Okay. And really quickly, just before you go there, this experiment was
be
done
heard.
over a 10-day period
I've now removed
where
completely
it
from the
changed
conversation, it
dramatically
seems.
the weather throughout
Host
that
has muted
time.
me and I can't
And
be
many
heard
people have gone since.
Like Nathan's not had a chance to say anything for ages. And the moment he wanted to come in, like boom, muted.
But did you notice he wanted to object when Josh said atmosphere?
Yeah.
He wanted to object on that.
Yep.
On Patrick, no. But
Yeah.
on Josh, yes.
And then David to the rescue.
Yeah.
And without pulling Nathan off of mute.
Yeah.
Does anybody think that old nicely coiffed bearded David there didn't notice that Nathan was moving his lips?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, that was excellent timing, that.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Too good.
Soundly released this and have confirmed this as well and posted their results. So the question would be,
he did it over 10 days. And Soundly's the man. He's like, he went there for 10 days. Holiday for 10 days. Globe Tourism. 2019. 3 co-planar points. The dog's bollocks. We had everything that weekend. It was genius. Mikey on the bayou. People teaching other people about how they do it. Mick West even went over there. Got involved in it. It was the summer of love, wasn't it? Pokemon summer. The last great summer where they all had that, and Mick West went with Walter Bislin to make the curve calculator that Jesse Kozlowski made up first. But let's not go there, right?
maybe we can ask John if we can, instead of calling Tesla and chartering a rocket out of the planet, we could just go to Louisiana and we can go into the Marriott Hotel right across from the causeway.
See, this looks good. It says this rock fin. Instead of going on a rocket, let's all just go to Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah, get
you
in the
guys
Marriott.
up for that?
Yeah, that's all you have to do, right? You don't even have to think about a rocket ship to prove globe.
Yeah.
You just go to a Marriott that's sitting on
Get a
on Lake
P1000.
Pontchartrain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look out the
Brilliant.
window. Obviously get it facing the right way so you can look over the bridge. Get a few of your guy friends round. You know, call Jesse up. Soundly. Who else? Mikey. And there was a few. Dave. Whoever else there was. A few of them. Come on, lads. Let's have a party in the hotel room. Globe Tourism.
Indisputable argument, I think this David guy is putting forth right now. And notice, Nathan is, I would guess, right? I can't read Nathan's mind, but I would guess he's triggered by the Atmo.
Yeah.
So he's not listening to what David is saying. There's a perfect opportunity to challenge this guy on, are you freaking kidding me? Is this your argument for Globe? This is your argument? A sound argument? Soundly in a Marriott hotel with a P1000
he's like,
looking across Lake Pontchartrain.
You've never heard of Rakia? Like, you're using Soundly pictures, and we've got Rakia. Drives over there with his phone. Yeah, have a look at this, lads. What's up with him?
And we can all get our cameras the way we think they should be set up and whatever camera we want. And we do a repeatable experiment over a 10-day period to bring that into account for changes in the atmosphere, the cloud, the fog, and how perspective can be affected by that, and see if we still get the same results. Go ahead,
Hello?
Nathan. Nathan.
Hi.
Oh, wait, hold on.
So, just wanted to check something with Josh. So, given that your co-host is now asking us to explain away the horizon in the Lake Pontchartrain image based on the maths that we laid down at the beginning.
Did he just say, look, did you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Right, mid-picture horizon. Nathan Oakley. Did you notice it?
Yes.
Mm.
Did everybody else notice?
In Lake Pontchartrain, mid-picture horizon. You can see it, can't you? He'll probably put it up there so everybody can see it.
Of the show that you denied, and you said that we wouldn't be able to see Earth curve at the horizon, Josh. So are we now arguing for the horizon in the Lake Pontchartrain image at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as per the model and the maths that you denied? Or is that horizon not Earth curve? Because you seem confused about it, Josh. I just want to confirm.
What's Nathan doing with his face and his head? Right? Does he realise he's on camera? He's trying to portray an image to ask these guys, to get these guys to say something. And what's he doing? How are you meant to answer him? Like as if you're looking at him. Sorry, I'm going to have to go over this again. I know most people don't like to look at it. Just watch, Nathan.
If we still get the same results. Go ahead,
Hello?
Nathan. Nathan.
Hi.
Oh, wait, hold on. There you go.
So just wanted to double check something with Josh. So given that your co-host is now asking us to explain away the horizon in the Lake Pontchartrain.
Right, what I call this is, right, this is model affliction. It's something that's only been derived from this particular argument. And you can do this quite easily by knowing the argument that's been given to you from a load of people that say a load of stupid shit. So what Nathan's now doing is he's backtracking an argument that doesn't make any sense to anyone. And he's having to explain an argument that not one of these guys would ever make because it's ridiculous. But it is the model that they purport to have, but they haven't got a model because they don't know what it is.
I don't know if I agree with your statement here, because earlier in the show, the Josh guy said, you're too small, the Earth is too big, the horizon is not the curve of the Earth. And now they're talking about the horizon as the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, but where are they talking about the horizon in the as being the curve of the Earth?
Yes, but I would agree with Rob because he's trying to reject this argument because Josh said that the Earth is too big and we will not see curvature. And in this picture, of course, it is shown the curvature.
Right,
So
yeah.
This would be...
It's not the horizon, is it? Because what they're going to do is, in a minute, they're going to flip it to a different soundly picture.
Yes, maybe, but he is making his point, Nathan, here.
Yeah.
And it will be shown later. Also.
Yeah, I understand that, right? I understand that he's making an argument and it may be a valid argument, right? But what I'm saying is the way he deals this now and the way what he's going to say actually doesn't make any sense to anyone. Nobody listening is going to make any sense out of what Nathan's going to say now because it has been developed by a load of people talking about nothing. Yeah. And Nathan's trying to explain that to the very guys that are meant to be saying it, but they're not saying it. In fact, they've told him that they're not saying it because it doesn't make any sense. So the only one who's actually saying it is people like Nathan, and this is how he does it.
Same image, based on the maths that we laid down at the beginning of the show that you denied, and you said that we wouldn't be able to see Earth curve at the horizon, Josh. So are we now arguing for the horizon in the Lake Pontchartrain image at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as per the model and the maths that you denied? Or is that horizon not Earth curve? Because you seem confused about it, Josh. I just want to confirm that that is the horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet that you said we weren't talking about. Because I'm very confused based on what you've said, Josh.
Well, I apologize that you're confused. No, what I'm saying is I was trying to explain something in terms of how I understood it. I was not familiar with that formulation that Patrick and you had brought about, hence why I was saying that I do not recognize that, and I explained my position.
Sophistry. This Pure sophistry. Definitely not answering any question. Just to an annoying point, right? He's purposely doing this to see how far he can go without actually answering a question. Pretty sure sophist in training. Blatantly.
On what I was talking about.
Gotcha.
If that
Do you
makes
understand
sense.
it now? Your co-host has put it in the same way we put it.
Well, that's great. And so let's answer his question then.
Okay. So I'd like to address Josh first, if that's all right, David.
Yeah.
Josh, it is true that you have said on more than one occasion.
Nathan's gonna be seething. Let's answer his question then. What was his question?
During this discussion that the Earth is just so incredibly big that we won't expect to be able to detect any curvature. You did say that. You said that 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. And now we have this Lake Pontchartrain photo, which has what appears to be extremely exaggerated curvature. So I need to know, can we now dispense with the notion that that in the globe?
Where was the curvature in the picture?
There's a nice Nathan Oakley screenshot right there.
Yeah. Where was the curvature? Because he said extremely exaggerated curvature. It was a straight line, wasn't it?
Definitely.
So
what was curving?
Yeah.
Curving in the picture.
And Nathan's
Anybody?
agreeing with him, smiling. Like, it appears to have extremely exaggerated curvature. I didn't see any. This guy's just given up.
Anybody know what was curving? Because
Only
damn sure
the-
didn't look like the horizon that they claimed was horizon.
Only this part above this poles or what? This blurry things.
Yeah. I'm being serious here though, right? Does anybody, when they look at that picture, do you see extremely exaggerated curvature?
No, that's why I said that on the level of the water, this poles or this base
straight line
of the poles, they were straight. They were straight. It means that the water was not curving. Simple. The trick is only in the air.
Yeah, I mean, we have gone over this, right? Like, seriously. I don't think anybody has gone over this particular bridge or whatever and the bullshittery that went on around it as much as we have. Maybe before most of you guys came round here, so I'll be willing to go back over it again because it's fucking genius. Like, you thought there was some bullshittery going around in this. Oh, wait till you hear about that stuff. 2019 shit. That's some good stuff. But listen to his words.
That the Earth is just so incredibly big that we won't expect to be able to detect any curvature. You did say that. You said that 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. And now we have this Lake Pontchartrain photo, which has what appears to be extremely exaggerated curvature. So
he says in that picture, there appears to be extremely exaggerated curvature. I don't see it myself. I don't know where that's come from. But hey, shout out to whoever can see extremely exaggerated curvature.
I need to know, can we now dispense with the notion that that in the globe model, the horizon is not Earth curved? Because I really, really want to kind of nail you guys down on this, that we should expect the horizon to be of a specific distance based upon the geometry of a spherical Earth. Can I get you guys to concede that point?
They have. He just put it to us with his model. It just contradicted the host.
I'd like it.
Did he just say a distance? Like, wouldn't you expect curve or not it to be at a distance? Because everybody knows you can't measure a distance to the horizon. So did he just change the argument or what he was saying? midway through that.
I would say that he wants to the opponents to concede that horizon is geometric.
Yeah. He could just be saying that though, really, rather than trying to trick them into it by saying weird shit. I don't know. Listen.
The horizon is not Earth curve, because I really, really want to kind of nail you guys down on this, that we should expect the horizon to be of a specific distance based upon the geometry of a spherical Earth.
The horizon to be at a specific distance. We would expect that. Like, no, I wouldn't.
Yeah, but of course, because this is visual thing, but in globe model, it is not. It should be not. It should be curved. That's his, not his argument, but he's just repeating that. He's talking about this physical obstacle that should be.
He's talking about the number that he's been given within an argument that somebody's laid out, pretending it's a modus tollens, called it a black swan, showing everybody a picture. He's talking about that. The one that puts the horizon at a distance. It's the only thing, that's the only place that would ever do that, right? No one else would ever decide that. Completely generated by...
I'm not sure.
What puts the horizon at a distance?
A particular model. Like the only group of people that would ever imagine that they can put a distance to a horizon is the people that make up a non-argument about something that would never actually happen. So therefore people end up about talking about putting the horizon at a distance. And that automatically doesn't sink into anybody. Anybody hearing that will hear, that's some bullshit that I don't even need to worry about. Like, what? You can't do it. It's nonsense. So why even develop an argument around it? Unless you want people to immediately switch off.
I would say that this was an argument from Globe side back in the day, like in 2016 or 17. Or I can't really remember date, but
distance to the horizon, was it?
Yeah, because the horizon is not visual thing in globe model. It cannot be. It was before they invented this refraction. And
yeah, I can vouch for that. Absolutely. Before that black swan came, they were talking about the horizon and the distance. That's a fact.
Yes, Globers and Drumpus, everyone, and they invented refraction only because things were not going below horizon according to these calculations. That's why they invented refraction.
The famous boats disappearing was their argument.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that one still is, but I mean that's ridiculous, right?
Yeah, but it was. I discussed that many times, that these boats are going back.
So what these guys are talking about here is a 2016, 2017 argument that they're bringing back.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely.
And tie it up with the Soundly 2019 sort of, you know, a little bit more modern, but still like the miles behind.
Yes, and this guy, this host, he is his understanding is like from 2016.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, well, he's still using the blink test stuff, isn't he, from Red's Rhetoric?
Yeah,
and Red's Rhetoric's been out of it for like 2 years or something.
Yeah, did I miss the blink test where he was going through?
No, he's not, but he has, he's mentioned it, he's not got there yet.
Yeah, notice.
He will, but
yeah,
he will.
Yeah, I know he will. But notice that's a good point. And again, the focus for me is the host, because notice Josh is not there to display these graphics. Josh is not the person displaying the graphics. Josh is the person going, look this way, look that way, look that way. Let me tell you something. Let me say something that has nothing to do with anything. Remember, he was the happy guy telling the joke at the very beginning, right? That's how this has gone back and forth with this Josh guy. It's the host that's been bringing up the quote Glober's arguments. This is the guy that just wants to know the truth, and he really appreciates flat earthers, by the way. Just remember that. Remember that in this scenario. It's a doozy.
You know, when we go over the Jesse Kozlowski and Soundly thing, you'll hear Jesse Kozlowski say the same thing. He has flat Earth, research flat Earth. He puts it on a billboard and says how thankful he is of it. So it's a common theme, you know, for thanking the flat Earth, for helping you research and learn stuff. Like this guy said at the beginning. I'd say the same, right? The flat Earth subject has taught me a lot about people, mainly. Communication, how to communicate with people. There's loads of stuff to be learned within it all. So yeah, I'd say it's not a bad thing. There's no need to be ashamed or anything. It's not flat. But people call themselves flat earthers. That's fine.
Can I get you guys to concede that point?
They have. He just put it to us with his model. It just contradicted the host.
I'd like it to be acknowledged.
Well, no. So hold on, Nathan. Let me explain. Let me talk for a second, if that's okay. So the horizon, as we discussed right a second ago with David, does change. You even said that, Patrick, that on cloudy, different atmospheric days, the horizon is going to appear to be shorter in distance.
Sorry,
on some other days, it's going to be.
He's got like his face went funny. Like you're right. Whenever he says Atmo, like that's his trigger. He's like he let Patrick get away with it, but even
but his partner agreed.
His face
his
goes
partner
funny.
was nodding. Did you notice?
Yeah.
His partner was nodding in agreement.
Yeah.
No, it was sarcastic. It was sarcastic.
Nathan does take it. You're right though. He's definitely Atmo. What now? Calm down.
Excuse me, Nathan. I'm talking.
Just didn't hear the word. What was the word? Atmo. What now?
Let's not do that.
It's a begging the question.
See, look at this.
Yes,
let's not do that.
Yes, because he said many times atmosphere, and it was okay.
Yeah. He's already said it, and he's like, "Oh, let him go. You let me go." But watch this hand, right? Before the genius.
Hold on, Nathan. Let me explain. Let me talk for a second, if that's okay. So the horizon, as we discussed right a second ago with David, does change. You even said that, Patrick, that on cloudy, different atmospheric days, the horizon is going to appear to be shorter in distance.
Sorry,
on
Atmo
some
what
other
now?
days, it's going to be.
Atmo.
Look, watch. He even puts it over his mouth to just like, no, don't.
Stop.
Yeah, that's
Not now.
Excuse me, Nathan. I'm talking.
Just didn't hear the word. What was the word? Atmo. What now?
Look.
Let's not do that.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Holy shit! Like, who's in control of this? This guy,
yeah.
like, whoa, he was give Nathan plenty of warnings there. He had to finally say, Nathan, let's not. Don't. See whether he can control Nathan. He did say Atmo.
I'll say it again. I feel for Nathan because he's so triggered by Atmo that he missed something that Josh said at the very beginning of when Josh was starting to say something. He started to say, "Let me explain," and then he just said, "Let me talk."
Yeah.
So I would have immediately nabbed him on, "Oh, so you can't explain it because you were going to say explain, but now you just want to talk." I understand. Carry on. Talk, since you can't explain it.
Yeah.
But Nathan was too caught up in the Atmo thing. You're right. He was totally triggered. I feel for him. He was
Yeah.
so caught up and he didn't catch that at all.
Yeah, just try to explain, but just keep talking. Yeah.
Question fallacy. Do we not address
but we're not
fallacies
gonna
here?
interrupt. When they make fallacies, we're not going to interrupt.
Oh my.
It's like that's a deal that they've done. When they
Man.
make fallacies, we're not going to interrupt. We're not going to point
That's right.
them out or anything. We're just going to let them have the fallacies. It's okay. It's a
Don't
deal.
worry about
That's
it.
how we do it nowadays, Nathan. Come on. Nathan, like, do you reckon he's going to do? What's Nathan going to do? What's Nathan do right now? Does he back down? Does he stand his ground? Let's see.
My bad.
We'll let him be fallacious.
hilarious.
All right.
Wow, is that it? He just said my bad.
Please continue, Josh.
Okay. So the atmosphere, to the atmosphere.
Holy shit, he did? Wow.
Where's the backbone? What happened to the backbone?
Wow. Wow, no wonder he kicks off later on. I mean, it is an hour, it's an hour into the video, an hour and 20, but I think it took 20. Look at
How many-
this face.
How-
Your man.
How many flat earthers would he let get away with that, do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, Nathan just got the shutdown. He like, no, Nathan, no. No, Nathan. Sit down.
boy.
And Nathan went, my bad.
By the way, this is I would say that Patrick is reasonable here, because his objection to word atmosphere is completely bunk.
Yeah.
Completely.
Because he
bunk.
said it. He said it and Nathan didn't catch it. So, Nathan, let them get away with the fallacies. I used them on myself. Let them allow it. Man.
Or to the horizon, this can change. Atmospheric conditions, barometric pressures, amount
Look,
of
he's
cloud
still
cover,
going over the
amount of
atmosphere.
moisture content, carbon dioxide, all these other gases that are in the air.
Not the... we've agreed to let them have their fallacies. Wow. Is this meant to be a debate? It is. Let them have the fallacies. Don't worry about it.
All these things can change and can give you different perspectives on the horizon. I said this. I said typically in the Navy, when we're looking at the ocean, I believe it was somewhere between 8 to 16 nautical miles, depending on the various different atmospheric conditions. Okay? So what I was trying to say, and this is what I thought I did iterate, is that from a eye-open position, just looking and perceiving to see if there's curve, it's not going to be seen because it's negligible at that distance. Now, looking at an object like David's showing, right, we have this curvature that's going over the horizon. Why is that happening?
It's not.
I like him. I like his, I don't know what's it called, kahunas, right?
Yeah.
His ability to just like blatantly say nothing and then ask a question back again and try and flip it round. I mean, star in the making. It'll go well. Go far.
Absolutely. And notice again the words curvature over the horizon. Curvature over the horizon.
This as well. Who's this too? Shh, Nathan. Shush, Nathan. You can see him like, go on, Nathan, keep it quiet.
It's the horizon. The horizon's not Earth curve. If the horizon was Earth curve, then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And in the black swan imagery, we can show that the distance to horizon is beyond 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as it must be on a sphere Earth radius 3959.
Yeah,
And
I
actually, it was. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I want to point out, Josh, you bring up these atmospheric disturbances or atmospheric conditions. Water.
Did Nathan just say anything?
No, we look at Nathan's like.
Did Nathan just say
fucking
anything?
burning, fucking his eyes are burning into the screen right now.
Who the
right?
hell can blame him, right?
He's
'Cause
just
he
sat
wants to
there
say
with the
something
shush
about-
on Nathan as Nathan goes over the 1.22 stuff. Like, I'll go over it again. Like, I'm not sure that this guy's friend.
He doesn't even acknowledge Nathan's. I mean, Nathan had a point there. He doesn't even acknowledge it. It was a point that Patrick made himself at the beginning of this, like 10 minutes ago or whatever. Nothing.
Watch
he got no
this
acknowledgement.
guy. Watch this guy in particular.
Like David's showing, right? We have this curvature that's going over the horizon.
Shush.
Why is that happening?
It's not. It's the horizon. The horizon's not Earth
look.
curve. If the horizon was Earth curve, then every distance to horizon measurement would be
Fucking
no
Nathan,
more
shut
than
the fuck up. What are you doing?
1.22
Touch me
times the
nose,
square root of the
lying
observer's height in
bastard.
feet. And in the Black Swan imagery, we can show that
Shush.
the distance to horizon is beyond 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as it must be on a sphere Earth radius 3959.
Look at this. Look at his.
It was
Look at it.
fucking like,
It's
what's
so
happened
bad.
to this guy here?
So bad.
He's not very glad.
No.
If I'll tell you right now, if I had just come into this conversation right at this point, I would think Right Said Fred was a glober.
Yeah. It's
Right?
like, how upset was he at Nathan saying that, right? Now, listen to this, right? Just after that, and he's shown his disdain, and he's waved his head, right? And he's been shushing Nathan. This is fucking genius.
Go ahead.
I want to point out, Josh, you bring up these atmospheric disturbances or
Atmosphere.
atmospheric conditions,
Again,
water vapor, carbon dioxide, whatever, clouds. Those things make visibility less, not more. So,
Wow, let them have the fallacies, Nathan. I'm just about to make it part of my argument.
And I'm going to use the same word that triggered you before, and then I shut you up. I shushed you. Then you brought up a point, a valid point, which I could have said, Nathan's absolutely right. What do you got to say about that, Josh? Instead, what does he do? Woo. Tough audience, man.
Yeah. Whoa.
Nathan even said it concisely and clearly and
yeah,
didn't talk back or anything. Nailed it.
It's the strange times we're in at the minute, right? Really strange times.
Yes, but Nathan not destroyed, but he made this geometrical response, let's say, but he was talking about atmosphere. So it doesn't fit.
Yeah.
It doesn't fit.
Yes, the whole thing is just a mess, right? Oh,
I
like it.
No, it doesn't. Those things really do make visibility less, period. I mean, I would just appeal to the common sense of the audience in this case. Clouds make it harder to see stuff. They don't make things appear that wouldn't normally appear.
Well, clouds
starting
and
to
various different gases
hyperventilate,
existing in
Nathan.
the atmosphere are different things. Clouds are a concentration of water vapors, where
It
in
makes
the sun,
visibility less, not more.
clouds do. Yeah, absolutely, clouds do.
Atmospheric interference of all kinds reduces.
Can you look
Come on,
through a
Nathan.
glass of water and have
Come
a
on,
magnification
Nathan.
on the
Stick
other
up
end?
for yourself. Come on.
May I just, it's atmosphere you're talking about?
No, I asked Patrick a question.
You can see what's going on here, right? It's a setup. Nathan, feel sorry for you, but I don't really.
That's what I'm asking.
It's irrelevant. My
It's not
question.
irrelevant. Can I look through a water glass and is the object on the other end magnified?
There can be lensing that takes place through the
Oh,
atmosphere.
okay.
Yes.
Did you see how he turned that around?
Yeah. This is a well practiced tactic that you will experience if you go in any chat room. Right? These guys will practice this for fun, shutting down people, and they'll do it to anyone. There's well practiced teams of people that do it in many chat rooms that you might experience in various places on Discord or like whatever any one of these chat rooms are. You'll find people that do this.
Remember that the main topic here is that this geometric horizon is not addressed at all.
Mm-hmm.
Completely ignored.
Yep. That was what they were trying to get to, and that's where they were at around the picture that the guy, the host, introduced.
Yeah, so this was good occasion to address that, but they segued from that immediately.
Yeah, very cleverly. While Nathan sat there going, "What's going on?" Thought he was going in there to be able to make some points to sell his stuff and all of that, but really, he's not really getting chance, purposely so. Right, they're shutting him down. They're keeping him out of it.
Okay, can I get to the fallacy now?
Okay.
I was told I wasn't allowed to interrupt.
So I was correct on that premise when I said that.
Yes. Other than the fallacy you used, which obviously I'm never going to get to ever address. So you said Atmo, what now?
Atmosphere.
Atmosphere?
Atmosphere.
So do you believe that sphere shaped?
He's very upset because he is accusing himself.
Yeah.
Now, Patrick, I mean.
He's like Patrick's like, he's talking to me now. I was the one that said atmosphere.
In fact, I said atmosphere first. I was the first one to say it. As a matter of fact, son of a...
Oh, wow. Look at the dynamics between these two. How it's changed, right?
He answered like a child in trouble.
He did.
Oh.
Yes, Nathan.
Meanwhile, manly dude in the upper left going, "Look at what I have created." With a solidly picture. Oh, it's freaking phenomenal.
Yeah, this is going over it with you guys. It's a bit more fun, isn't it?
Definitely.
Look at Nathan. Wow. He's getting more and more grisly as it goes on. As you would, right? As you would. You just get frustrated with this sort of stuff.
Think we experience?
Why don't you explain to me what you
look at the?
It's your word. You said atmosphere.
So good, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm glad that they're all on camera. Every time I don't mean to keep pausing Nathan like this, but he must be pulling some weird faces for me to be pausing it like that. I'm not doing it on purpose, promise.
But this is why we also remember at the beginning of this, right? I think a lot of people that have been around this arena, let's say, I think many people, including myself, thought that Nathan had a lot of good points.
Yeah.
Right? As Nathan does. We've said it before, he's a professional. But be careful when you think that this Josh dude was over his head, totally confused, just a jamoke that doesn't understand anything.
Yeah.
Because if you take that tact, you are sadly mistaken. Remember, he was the guy telling the joke at the beginning. This was set up.
Yeah, and please, when you're looking at this, remember it's not 2v2.
No, it's definitely not 2v2.
This is
No.
3v1. Probably a lot
Yep.
more in the background than the 3.
Yep.
Right? There's a production going on here, and there's a lot of planning gone into this. Nathan's not aware of it.
What do you think that means?
That is the amount of gases that are held within the Earth by gravity.
Held? Gravity doesn't hold anything.
That's the amount of gases. I mean, come on. This guy's good. Look at this guy as well.
It's not a force. There's no scientific evidence of gravity.
Really?
Middle of a statement.
So
middle of a statement. My bad. Obviously, it's me being a dick wanting to make a false statement, contradicting you. Obviously, that's me being a dick. No, there is no force of gravity. My bad.
He's just like, see all of these guys here, right? When Nathan said there is no force of gravity, all three of them piped up.
And they knew what that would do to Nathan.
Same time.
Yep.
No, it was Nathan that said there is no force of gravity.
Yeah.
And all 3 of the other guys twitched.
Yeah.
Like as though they're all the same, right?
Yeah.
I don't think this guy's a proper.
And like I said, they knew how Nathan would react at that point. So does anybody think that Nathan might have had a point about gravity here, and they didn't want to get into that? So, I know what's going to happen if we all jump in here at the same time. Guess what Nathan's going to do? Let's see what Nathan does.
I want to go back and just see that again because I like the way that they all just jumped.
That is the amount of gases that are held within the Earth by gravity.
Held? Gravity doesn't hold anything. It's not a force. There's no scientific evidence of gravity.
Really?
Middle of a statement.
So
middle of a statement. My bad. Obviously, it's me being a dick wanting to make a false statement, contradicting you. Obviously, that's me being a dick. No, there is no force of gravity. My bad. Still in the middle of the same sentence. Obviously, this is me being a dick. Maybe this is me interrupting you. So gravity's not a force.
Which you've been doing the whole show.
My bad. That's the 4th attempt. Gravity's not a force to hold gas in a sphere shape. Gravity is the bending of a conceptual medium known as pseudo-Riemannian force space-time derived in the mind's eye of Einstein in mathematics.
What does that mean? He is talking about so-called current science. But I would say that along with Sleeping Warrior, he's just talking too much about this pseudo-Riemannian whatever space-time. It's not real, right?
Of course, but literally speaking, he is talking that it is not a force because it is this pseudo-Riemannian whatever stuff. So I don't understand and never will understand why also Sleeping Warrior and Nathan Oakley is responding in that way.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to explain it when somebody was talking to them to say, well, what do you mean? Right? There's no answer to that he could possibly give. So why is he saying that they are saying that? Because they're not saying that either. Like, it's one of those things, right? That the only person I've ever heard say that is Nathan Oakley. Never heard anybody else say it. So why he says that they say it is weird, because he's the only one that I've ever heard that says it.
It's a 4th-dimensional geometry. Meanwhile, in reality...
What's that? Again?
We live in a 3-dimensional Euclidean reality. There is no dimension of time to bend. Even if we could bend time as a dimension in a Euclidean 4-space geometry, it wouldn't be a container for gas. Gas isn't held by pseudo-Riemannian 4-space time bending in an Einsteinian gravitational dimension. Further to that, the notion that gas being held, i.e. gravity is a force, was debunked by Einstein 108 years ago. Mass does not attract mass. That's a Newtonian concept of gas. Pressure being held because of its weight going down towards the center of Earth. That was superseded 108 years ago by Einstein when he developed the fourth dimensional space-time bending, which is...
I think this is something that Nathan had to get out, right? Because this is what Nathan was, he's there for, right? He's talking to Globers, therefore this is the spiel that Nathan has to pump out, right?
Yes, he's appealing to a modern version of gravity that Josh and modern science should know that, but
Yeah.
still.
Well, they don't know any science or anything. That's the modern Glober knows absolutely nothing and needs to know absolutely nothing. Because whenever they're talking to flat earthers, they know more than flat earthers. That's a prerequisite, right? It's part of the axiomatic, right? I think.
You said that more than flat earther? No, the flat earthers know more about globe model than globe earthers.
Exactly.
I would say.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So the Glober doesn't need to know anything because it's within their axiomatic rules that they know more than the flat earther.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
This is arrogance.
Yeah.
And ignorance.
Yeah, from both sides though, right? Because the flat earthers should know that these guys know nothing. So what the point of doing this is, I'm not too sure. Because the Globers are never going to have anything. They never have had anything. So how to make themselves look intelligent is the only way is to get a flat earther there and make the flat earther look ridiculous and get them flat earther annoyed, which is obviously that's what Nathan is there for.
Is not a force and is definitely not a container to hold gas in a sphere shape. So your oxymoron sphere-shaped air is merely a begging the question fallacy to allow you to describe atmospheric conditions as based on an R value, a sphere.
Oxymoron or misnomer?
For him, misnomer. For me, atmosphere is not misnomer, absolutely.
Well, I mean, no, I mean, I'd say, is it an oxymoron?
Atmosphere, no.
That's what he's just called it.
If he reject in his mind that atmos has a sphere, is sphere shaped, and it is not oxymoron. So it's just wrong name or yes, something like that. Maybe contradiction, but no.
I always
Not
find
really.
the best one for that is that rather than call it an oxymoron, you say, well, does it curve at the same rate as the Earth? Is there a commonality to the sphericalness of atmosphere and the curvature of air?
Yes, that's why I have objection to his objection to Nathan's Oakley, because he says, and not only he but everyone, that the shape of the matter inside, whatever it is, especially air, is determined by shape of the container. So if we are talking about the shape of the air inside, we are talking, in fact, about shape of container. And of course, during centuries and thousands of years, it was assumed as a spherical dome, so this firmament, which makes air being a sphere. Simple as that. This is no rocket science behind that. So we are living in that, let's say, model, ancient Greek model, covered by this dome, spherical dome. And that's why they call it atmosphere. Simple, nothing. And of course, it doesn't indicate that the bottom part of this container, it means earth or water, is spherical shape. Just it. No problem. For me, this is no problem. For Nathan, it is great problem because he thinks that air should curve around a ball. If the Earth was a ball, it would curve. Yes. Why not? Because this is the limit of container, let's say border of container. So that would be that. I never understood his objection to that word. It doesn't make any sense for me. But this is me.
Yeah. Well, you've not gone through what Nathan's had to go through the argumentation methods and all of that. I mean, I don't know how he might have been affected by the sphere, right? He could have been severely affected by it. Releasing it from childhood may have been a traumatic experience for Nathan, so that he may have an aversion to it. Who knows?
Maybe, or maybe he's afraid of notion of spherical dome.
Yeah.
Which is, by the way, assumed by celestial navigation. So that would be contradiction in his argumentation about atmosphere. But okay, no problem.
Value. The radius of Earth being the value that derives your refraction rate at 7/6 of the radius in sphere-shaped air. Atmo, air, sphere, a shape. Air doesn't take the shape of a sphere, it takes the shape of its containment. If
realise the arguments that Nathan's talking about here have been made up by people within the arena that we're in, who are absolutely crazy. Right? Nathan's made arguments as rebuttals to crazy people.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah. And he's very passionate about them, right? And nobody knows what they are, right? Because they're not made by these guys. These guys have not made the arguments that Nathan's talking about a rebuttal to. And they never will, because they'll never be able to get in the mind of a blue marble scientist. You can't do it. Nathan's attempted it though, right? Look at the state it's made him in. The faces he pulls. And that's all dealing with trying to get in the mind of a blue marble scientist to rebut their stupid assertions of stupid shit.
the gas was in a sky vacuum, we'd have none to breathe. We'd all be dead, because gas fills space. Gravity's not a force. Bending fourth dimensional space-time doesn't hold it in a container.
And if I could say something else, Josh, you do bring up the concept of gravity, and that's what holds our so-called atmosphere here.
That was like, wow.
This is now not atmosphere, but so-called atmosphere.
Yeah. Nathan just went and through that entire thing, had his stuff, right? And
yep.
Josh just disregarded it, went to something else, like as though Patrick just as though he never even heard it. And now Nathan's not even on camera. Nathan must be feeling bad.
It makes you wonder whether Patrick had Nathan muted himself, like on his, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because it does seem that way, right? I mean, he just disregarded everything Nathan said, didn't say, Nathan's absolutely right. This is what, he just pivots right to gravity. By the way, he pivots to gravity.
Yeah.
Good choice.
Yeah, well done. Yeah. And then Nathan obviously dropped, as you would, right? I just realised at that moment, like, shit, what did I do that for? Why? Just had to go, he had to do his thing And when he did it, everybody was just like, yeah, let's let him do it. Carry on. We'll carry on after. Stop, pick it back up again.
I would ask you, what evidence do you have that gas gets acted upon by so-called gravity?
Air.
What?
Did you hear that? What evidence do you have that so-called gas, that gas gets affected by so-called gravity? Answer, reply, air. Well, I guess that.
No, nonsense.
There you
So,
go. There is
I
air,
think
so...
aporia, for a moment at least.
Air.
That's not an answer. What evidence do you have that gas gets pulled on by gravity?
Okay. Let's extrapolate this, okay? Because I like looking at.
Let's extrapolate this. There you go. This guy's struggling, right?
Yeah, because he literally has no clue what I have to say now.
Yeah.
Nothing. So
Nobody's ever asked him that question before, right? He's never had to face that question.
Yes, and now he's buying time. Let's
Well,
extrapolate.
now you're going to see
whatever.
sophistry, right? You're going to see this, what this guy does and how this guy reacts, right? He's got no answer, but he's extrapolating. Like, this is sophistry. He's extrapolating some sophistry out of something that he obviously doesn't know.
Let's extrapolate this. And what does Patrick say? Okay.
Yeah.
Conceptualization of ideas. I got to see it, right? We got to see it. On a flat Earth, right?
You've got to see it. He's talking about air.
What does the air have to do with the Earth?
He's doing well. He's like geeing himself up. He's like a soccer coach to me. This guy, this character is, I don't know. Could he be Navy? I don't know.
And this is maybe where we begin. On a flat Earth, what is holding us down?
Oh, so the reversal.
Yeah, a
asking
subversal.
Yes.
I asked you what was keeping gas down, and you said on a flat Earth, what's keeping us down? Wow. I mean, that's genius. Look, Nathan's coming back now. He's going to save him. He was lost in aporia, right, over gas.
It's holding us down. Gas is expanding in all directions. It's not going down. We're talking about
gas. What I
gas.
asked. Why are my feet on the ground, and when I jump up, I fall back down?
You're more dense than the air.
Why is that happening on a flat Earth?
Because you're more dense.
Why is that happening on a flat
I'm trying to
Earth?
answer. Because you're more dense than
You're
air.
more dense.
You're more dense than air.
So you're saying that
I'm still in the middle of answering you. Okay.
They're very good and very talented at what they do. And they know from early on, right, that this is what they're going to do to Nathan. And this guy here, he's sort of... it's like he's ashamed of Nathan. He knows what's going to go on, but he's trying to make it out like it's Nathan's fault. Or, I don't know. I don't really know exactly what's going on here. Something
it's a weird dynamic
strange.
for someone. Yeah, it's a weird dynamic for someone who invited Nathan on, and if Rob is right, potentially paid him to do so. It's a really weird dynamic.
Yeah.
Really weird.
Hey, it's more than one or two words. You want to call me a dick again? Because I'm in the middle of saying something and you can't help talking through me every single time I try and address you? You've asked me, why do I go down on a flat Earth?
It's even biting his lip and everything.
Hello?
Like, I don't know what's going on.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
I think it was Rob.
Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify something. So Nathan's the way it was worded was Nathan wasn't paid to go on this show, but before he was invited, he was given a $200 donation by Patrick. And then after Patrick gave him the money, asked, "Hey, would you want to come on this debate with me?" And Nathan said yes. So he wasn't technically paid to go on the show. He was just maybe bribed. I don't know. But do you get what I'm saying, though?
Yeah, I didn't ever think that he would be paid, right, to go on, and 200 quid isn't, you know, I don't know. Like, the money doesn't make any difference, right? To me, what's going on here. It's like the dynamic that's created shows some strange reasoning, right? And I think the injection of that money, however it is, through Patreon or whatever, could account for a bit of this weird dynamic.
Yeah, I agree. The money doesn't really matter whether he paid Nathan to come on or he gave him a super chat for $200 and said, "Hey, would you want to come on?" It's what we said at the beginning, right? If this was a setup, but did Patrick have anything to do with that? I mean,
well, yeah, I mean, I would say that
the dynamic is weird.
Well, yeah, there's the Rockfin thing, right? Like whatever, getting into that crowd of extra. I mean, that's what Nathan needs, isn't it? Obviously, Flat Earth's fucking dying. You're going to have to go into this new arena. These guys are doing it on this new media company, right? They're getting into a group of people. Nathan wants to be involved in it. And the money and whatever, right? All of that is one thing that could definitely account for some sort of a weird dynamic. But I think there's some sort of they seem to be singling Nathan out, pushing him out. And he's playing his character. They want remember the dumpster fire super chat? There was only one super chat, wasn't there? At the beginning. About the dumpster fire.
And about a spaceship.
Yeah. They're getting happier now, though. When Nathan's ranting, he's throwing his hands up.
Do I only get 10 seconds to answer?
Go. I'm waiting.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to shut up. So you are more dense than the medium of air. If you jump into a pool of water, you float because you're pretty much the same density as the water. You don't go down. Meanwhile, helium balloons, if you let them go, don't go down either. And clouds and gas isn't going down with gravity. It's not going down 9.8 meters per second squared in line with 808 year out of date.
Just looking at this, right? Of the people on the screen now, how many people are conscious of what they actually appear in as, on the camera? Looks to me like there are 3 of them.
Yes, but still, this is very concise response, clear, explaining what is happening with gravity in reality, because he is talking about what we can experiment on, because there are many experiments, of course, which proves that the gravity is the relationship between densities. It is easily provable, and he is talking about that. But they seemingly don't get it.
Not that they don't get it, right? It's a complete setup, isn't it? What I'm saying, right? Nathan could be talking all of the truths that there is, right? He could be holding a fucking big bag of truths, and he could be listing them all off. but the delivery method and the way he's been allowed to be agitated by these people, it doesn't matter what he says at the minute, it's going to sound terrible. Just because of the way he's delivering it, that he's been allowed to get annoyed. It's terrible. Like Nathan has put himself in this position where he's been allowed to do this. Right? He's shown everyone exactly how they're going to work him over. If Nathan goes anywhere now, this is the new method of how to deal with Nathan. You know, there are people like this in chat rooms all over the place. This well-practiced method. It's going to be well-practiced even more soon.
State force pulling it, or a bending geodesic and fourth dimensional space-time pulling it to the ground. Gas is created at ground level and goes up. So when you ask me why you go down through the medium of gas, what, you're going to ignore the gas in the puddles being created and going up to the clouds? They're not going down with gravity, are they?
So Nathan, can I ask you a question on this real quick?
Oh dear.
What is air?
An homogeneous anisotropic mixture of gases.
What kind of gases?
All sorts of different gases. What's the point of this?
Like
it's
what?
not going down with
Like
gravity.
what?
It's not creating a sphere-shaped air. We haven't got atmosphere. You seem to be focusing on something that I haven't claimed. This is all in regards to your claim that there's sphere-shaped air held by gravity. What's going on? Every single time I address anything that's put to you.
This is, surely Nathan knows about these sort of things. These sort of stupid questions. He's well aware of text chat trolls. He's well aware of how trolls react and counter obvious arguments. Surely. Why do you allow yourself to do this? Set up. Patrick keeping quiet.
It's two people talking at the same time. Everything I say triggers you, clearly. Yeah. The reason we're having this discussion is because there it goes again.
Composition of air?
There it goes again. The composition of air, when we're discussing sphere-shaped atmosphere made by a claim that you put to us, what's the relevance? Who cares what the proportions of air are? It's created at ground level and doesn't go down with gravity and form a sphere shape. That's your claim debunked. You're going to concede that?
Can I speak?
In the middle of me talking or when I've stopped? Obviously, you can speak. I've finished making my point.
He's been allowed, you know, I think this is a common thing. I think they know that they can do this to Nathan. You've just got to get him in this thing on his own, out the way. Anyone else trying to do anything like that?
Stop. So I'm asking you, obviously, can I speak? You talk about the medium of air. Air, you just said, is a combination of gases. But then you were saying that what we experience as gravity is due to density. If that was the case, then you would see a substrate of gases. Firstly, you have nitrogen, you have oxygen. These are two different elements on the periodic table at two different densities. You have water that is in air. That is at a very larger density. Why aren't they separating through the densities of what you just talked about?
I already answered you when I said it was an anisotropic inhomogeneous mixture of gases. Gases of air have gaps between them. They disperse. It's a law of nature. It's called entropy.
Air
and there we go again in the middle of my sentence. Obviously, halfway through the sentence, you need to be talking.
He's smiling. You know, there's little smiles and stuff that happen within Patrick. I don't know when people like Nathan, do they like this sort of stuff? Or, I don't know. Patrick seems to be enjoying it.
Yeah.
You done?
It is what you're
You
saying
done?
is not
Can I
making sense.
talk?
You're
Are you
using the-
done?
you're
Have you
using
finished?
the
Do I
medium
have your
of
permission
air
to
as
talk?
a
Do I
answer
have your
to the
permission to
question of what
finish
is
the
air.
sentence?
No, what you're saying is making
No.
any sense.
No,
You're
I do
using the
not have
medium of
permission to
air
finish
as
this
a
sentence.
definition of air.
Okay, so I don't have permission to talk. Okay, I understand.
This is hilarious.
Patrick, would you
Okay,
like to
we
chime
started.
on what I was asking?
I'll answer you, Josh.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Number one,
I wonder how that feels
Wow.
when you don't have permission to talk. I wonder, is it sinking in? Is that feeling sinking in, Nathan?
He did have permission to talk, though. Right?
Yes, but it reminds me.
No, he didn't.
This
No, he didn't.
situation. Can you remember this situation when Ubeth and C. Montreal and Sarugaki were on Nathan Oakley, and Sarugaki very politely asked question where was a gap, and Nathan Oakley shouted at him, "Who gave you permission to talk?" Something like that.
Yes,
Very
yes.
rude. And this is for me that was the most rude thing from Nathan to Sarugaki, and I feel sorry for Sarugaki because this was just without any reason whatsoever. So now he is asking the same question because Sarugaki answered Nathan this question. No one gave me permission to talk.
Exactly. He's getting a taste of his own medicine, and he doesn't seem to be enjoying it.
Yep. Okay, I am off to bed.
Okay.
It's 2
Thanks, Paper.
2 a.m.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to be
Good night.
finishing this earlier, and then we'll carry it on halfway through. Another about 10 minutes or something like that, and we'll be done. Thanks, Paper. All right, here we go.
You asked why we go down. We're more dense than air, just like Nathan said.
Right.
We live in a density gradient.
Look, see, this is so right. This guy now is saying something just like Nathan said, and they're agreeing with him, nodding. Yeah. Not Nathan, though. Not what Nathan said, but when this guy says, like Nathan said, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, no objection
It's
there.
amazing.
Like. Not at the moment, right? No objection.
Can't see what's going on here.
Mm-mm.
Like three brothers. He's like he's got his arms round him, even in the camera picture. It's like, yeah, buds.
Denser things go down, less dense things go up.
Correct.
Okay? Very important. Gases
Correct.
do not fall to the earth. Period. Gases expand in all directions.
Yeah.
Entropy increases. You cannot have gas pressure
He's putting his
without
hand up.
containment. The heliocentric model claims that the gas that we are breathing is immediately adjacent to a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum. That is not possible. And there is no evidence that so-called gravity causes gas to go down. Otherwise, we'd be sweeping up gas from the floor. Gas goes up, gas goes down, gas goes to the side, it goes everywhere. There is no evidence that the sky is a vacuum. There.
So, Patrick.
That sounded like an actor scripted something to me. But I mean, hey, I don't know. All sorts of people. And that could have been an acted thing, though, what you just witnessed right there. Or it could just be very professionally done.
Do you have a carbon monoxide detector in your house?
No.
Okay, I do. We put them on the bottom outlets. The reason is because carbon dioxide is a heavier gas than air and falls down to the floor.
No, it doesn't.
When they're talking about global...
Did he not just say carbon monoxide and then change it to carbon dioxide?
He definitely said carbon monoxide.
Yeah. And then carbon dioxide. Like, go again, because three brothers. Look at this.
Fall to the earth. Period. Gases expand in all directions. Entropy increases. You cannot have gas pressure without containment. The heliocentric model claims that the gas that we are breathing is immediately adjacent to a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum. That is not possible. And there is no evidence that so-called gravity causes gas to go down. Otherwise, we'd be sweeping up gas from the floor. Gas goes up, gas goes down, gas goes to the side, it goes everywhere. There is no evidence that the sky is a vacuum. There.
So, Patrick, do you have a carbon monoxide detector in your house?
Monoxide.
No.
Okay, I do. We put them on the bottom outlets. The reason is because carbon dioxide is a heavier gas than air and falls down to the floor.
So we put the carbon monoxide things because the carbon dioxide goes down. Nice one.
No, it doesn't.
When they're talking about global warming and they measure carbon dioxide levels on the surface level, they're measuring them at the surface level. Yes, they expand. They can be expanded up. They can be expanded down. But heavier gases do fall down.
No, they
you
do
cannot
not.
have gas pressure without containment. Do you
I'll
agree?
try and address this. Keep saying it and you're not addressing it. Saying gases go down like carbon monoxide. No. Carbon monoxide, when introduced in a high quantity to other gases that are already existent in a contained system, can form at the bottom. Same with sulfur hexafluoride. But all gases, without exception, will disperse into whatever volume they have. With time, all of that carbon monoxide will disperse throughout the containment, without exception. It's a law of nature. It's the second law of thermodynamics. Dispersion. It's a law of nature. So saying it forms puddles, no, it does not.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you this then. If something is heavier, more dense, falls down, is it not being contained by the substrate above it?
Right. Substrates of gases don't contain other gases. They have gaps between them. Gases can't contain gas. They're just a gap. That's all it is. Molecules moving through gaps. So how's it being contained by a substrate of other gases? When it's an when it's an anisotropic, inhomogeneous mixture of gases. When you go up to the very highest heights, there isn't a layer of different gas. It's all one mixture. It's all mixed up. The only place you find that is where the gases are produced. So if you have a carbon monoxide leak into a house, it's trying to disperse already existing gases in a contained system. So you'll have a higher concentration where it's being in.
It's like his delivery method is, I don't know. I don't quite get it. It's not my cup of tea. It's talking about gases to three guys that just aren't really interested in gases.
He's making again. I'll since Paper's not here, I'll kind of parrot what Paper would say. I think Nathan's making a valid point here. Again, delivery or not, right? But you're right. None of the three guys, not even Patrick, seems to be interested necessarily.
And he's not delivering it like anyone would ever be interested in it.
I just don't. Again, you don't know if this is purposeful or it's not purposeful or whatever. But yeah.
Well, I'd say that they've wound him up to get him like this because I pretty much don't think Nathan is naturally like this. Like nobody can be that passionate about something, like anything to do with, I don't know, what is it? I don't know. I don't know why anybody would want to, one guy's talking to another guy about gas, right? And Nathan's so passionate about it that he's sort of angrily replying something that I don't think they're even listening. It's gas.
Introduced. Likewise, on a much bigger scale, you've got a higher concentration of water vapor pre-conversion layer at the cloud substrate, if you want to call it that. But there's still a mixture of all of the different gases at all quantities, at all levels, because it's an anisotropic, inhomogeneous mixture of gases. Meanwhile, to have this dynamic system, we must have containment. If the sky was a vacuum, as is claimed to be a place you can take pictures of Earth as a sphere from space, that's a space that gas would fill, then all of the gases we have here breathing at pressure would fill that space. Because what are they pressing on? At the top, where there's the Kármán line, an arbitrary point that they say forms the volume of the gas that we all breathe. Well, volume is the amount of containment for the gas. The Kármán line is not a container, and gravity is not a force.
See, I don't know. They've spent so long not allowing Nathan to talk. And yet, when he does start talking like this, they allow him to do it.
Well, one of the reasons could very well be that he's, as Nathan points out himself quite often, right? He knows the arguments, if you call them that, for the globe better than the Globers do. So why stop your enemy when he's proving your point? If that's what
he's
Josh
talking,
and David are thinking.
He's talking angrily about the globe model.
About the Kármán line.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we don't have a sky vacuum. The sky is not a vacuum. If it was, the gas would fill it. We'd all be dead.
Space is fake.
Okay.
Also gay.
There's a lot of arguments coming in. I want to just quickly
see how easily that was done, right?
Space is fake.
Space is fake. Just turned him off.
After a very, this is so bad or so good, depending on how you look at it. Nathan, again, whether you like the delivery or not, Nathan's point about air is true. I don't know that I would go there and necessarily argue that, but okay. He's arguing it. He's making absolutely valid point. Josh has nothing to say about it. None of them have said anything. The minute Nathan stops, the second Nathan stops, what does Right Said Fred come in with? Yeah. Space is fake.
Yeah.
Now, not that many of us believe at NASA and that stuff is fake, but what the hell does that have to do with what Nathan just said about air and how air behaves, and now there's gaps in between air molecules if you want to go down that route, et cetera, et cetera. Nothing, absolutely nothing.
Yeah. It's like saying you're a flat earther, right? Welcome to flat earth, right? At the end of your sentence, it means fuck all, and people just switch off. It's like a magic trick. They never heard a thing. Those guys just forgot all about it when that guy had that trigger fucking statement.
Yep. And that's his friend. So, I mean, that's his partner here, right?
Yeah.
Whew, man.
Yeah, tough crowd. Right?
Tough crowd is right.
Look at Nathan's face. He's like, oh,
you got to be kidding me. Really?
They both just switched off. It meant nothing.
Yep.
And that's why Nathan's doing the angry talking, right? He's getting to make his points, but it sounds angry. Okay. You have to ignore the person that's saying it and the tone of his voice and all of that. Listen to the words he's saying. And they may make sense if you're making that argument, if you were to. But yeah, that's how easy it's done. The wrong thing in a conversation and gone. Disappeared. Oof.
Return back to the causeway.
Yeah.
Just for
go straight back to the causeway. And then, by the way, there's a picture of wow.
The Tesla dude in the car.
This is on the Midwest website or something like that.
Or remember, this is bearded, nicely coiffed guy.
Yeah, this is the guy.
It says, "I'm only in it for the truth," right? I'm not in it to be a troll. Nothing, none of that. But I'm gonna go to a McToon website. Woo!
Also, the fact that he said, "Let's get back to the thing," was because there was a whole tangent about atmosphere, like because they said the word atmosphere, it turned into a whole conversation about atmosphere, but it was about the picture to begin with.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good point, Rob. Good point. But it's funny he says that while he brings up the picture of the Tesla fake astronaut.
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't watching. I can't watch. I'm driving now.
Oh,
All right.
I haven't
Yeah,
been
don't
watching
watch.
all day.
Yeah.
I just listen, and I grab my phone and I hit that mute button. Try not to hot mic, and just dump my kids' food all over the floor. Awesome. Anyways, I'm going back on mute. I'm driving.
All right.
The benefit of the listeners, if you would like to check this out, this has already been modeled out and thoroughly documented over at Walter Bislin's blog.
Thoroughly modeled
I'll drop all the links
Listen out.
afterwards. And what this is a curvature app.
He was doing an app, right, that you could get on your phone or something. I don't know whether that actually happened. Like you could model it and you could map out stuff. I don't know whether it fully realized that part, but it certainly had some big dreams about it.
Simulation based on the observations that were made. So with the help of a simulation, I'll just read this out. With the help of a simulation, I show up to what altitude the Earth appears flat, although it actually has a spherical shape. Using some animations, you can learn how to recognize the curvature of the Earth or in what.
Up to what? Did he say it appears flat?
Yeah, back to what? Back
That's
to
Walter
the
Bislin.
Earth is too big?
I show you up to what size that the Earth is flat.
It's flat, but it's really spherically shaped.
Let me do that again. That was.
There's a lot of arguments coming in. I want to just quickly return back to the causeway.
Yeah.
The causeway.
Just for the benefit of the listeners,
Yeah, that's
if
a
you would like
causeway.
to check this out, this has already been modeled out and thoroughly documented over at Walter Bislin's blog. I'll drop all the links afterwards. And what this is a curvature app simulation based on the observations that were made. So with the help of a simulation, I'll just read this out.
Observations, right? They're
Soundly's observations? What observations?
Yeah, those and Jesse. Soundly and Jesse, Lake Pontchartrain, curvature app, Walter Bislin.
Wow.
See the importance of it now, right? It's all tied in to try and back each other up, but they don't realise how shaky the ground is. That's why they all cling to Jesse Kozlowski. Even Jesse Kozlowski's done a Jesse Kozlowski. Fucked off.
Oh, be careful, Bev.
I know.
About saying that.
This is important though, right? You can see the importance of this and why they have to keep bringing this back up again. This can't die, right? There's a lot gone into this. When I say this, I'm talking about the amount of curvature that they apply to level by a calculator that Jesse Kozlowski made. Walter Bislin.
With the help of a simulation, I show up to what altitude the Earth appears flat, although it actually has a spherical shape. Using some animations, you can learn how to recognize the curvature of the Earth.
He tells you at what altitude it appears flat. Walter Bislin, that's what his calculator's for.
What circumstances it appears flat. The simulation can also simulate refraction. And I prove by means of photos how the simulation depicts reality by superimposing the simulation results onto actual photos. So this is how it goes. So if we go to the causeway,
this is how it
Lake
goes.
Pontchartrain, and they're just showing you.
Look. This is fucking important, right? Within this structure of all of this sort of stuff, Ricky's Bridge. It's right up there. Right next to LIGO as well. Shout out Blue. Pontchartrain LIGO.
The
double
different
combo.
Measurements here and the perspective. So just let the model go through real quick, and then you guys can come in and rebut it.
Model.
and you can
Doesn't
even
that
go
look
in and
like the vanishing
you
point?
can toggle your height.
5.8 meters, 5.8, 5.8, 5.8. All 5.8, all apart from the bit that goes up and down, but 5.8, 5.8.
All the way across.
Yeah, isn't that right, Blue?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blue agrees with that.
Right. So that you can get the idea. You can zoom. And I'm just bringing this up. I don't have to go through the whole thing. Like it's
Scroll
all
the
broken
wheel.
down. The math is here.
The math.
How the values were determined. What the images are. What the equations are. Right. All.
Go on. Yeah. It's just like it's
Right?
just all the math.
What the
and
equations
everything.
are and
Yeah.
everything. It's very thorough, and I'm just bringing this up, comma, pause, to why? Why are you, Mister? I'm just here for the truth, and I really appreciate flat earthers because they make you think about everything. And this is what he's just bringing up. By the way, it's very well documented. It's got all the math and the equations.
Did you see that math?
How can you argue?
Past? That was like Euclidean.
No,
shout out, Blue.
stop it.
Yeah, it is.
Really?
It was. Yeah, all of it. It's Euclidean. That's Walter.
It doesn't matter though, because it has all the math and the equation. I mean, the equation. I mean, ask flat Earth math what you could do with an equation.
A 90, there will definitely be a 90-foot hump somewhere in the middle, like a vertical measurement. Within the math, should be there anyway. Isn't that right, Blue?
As a matter of fact, Soundly told me personally that there is a 90-foot hump just a couple of months ago. Yeah?
Yeah, it has to be.
And he also, check this out, he also told Rakia that he can see the drop standing right beside the water. Bet you a lot of ballers didn't know that, huh?
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Impressive.
Amazing.
I heard it.
Wow.
So we got both a hump of 90 foot that he told me, and both a drop that we can see standing from the ground, right next to the water. And that's from Soundly himself.
All of this stuff. The refraction is all included. So it's just a tool that was created based on a model that made predictions, and then they went and validated those predictions with photos and video. It's been repeated multiple times over a period of time, and they get the same results. And so, and there's numerous areas. There's another lake that there was another experiment that was done.
Pretty rock solid, don't you think?
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that was definite, like, sort of a scientific procedure, right? That he described. Let's go back over it again. How far to go back? Not too far, right? Yeah. Let's try that. See, here's the maths. Look, he's got all the maths.
Yeah.
So you can tell because there's circles and angles and straight lines and all that there.
Here, how the values were determined, what the images are, what the equations are, right? All of this stuff. The refraction is all included. So it's just a tool that was created.
Right? It's a tool that was created
based on a model that
based on a model
that made predictions.
Right? It's a tool that's based on a model that made predictions, like a scrying model, like a crystal ball, something like that, right?
And then they went and validated those predictions with.
They went and validated the predictions.
Validate those predictions with
photos and video.
Photos and videos, right? So they had a model that predicted some stuff.
Yep.
And then they went and validated the pictures. They validated the model with the pictures and video. Do you know where the pictures were the ones that made the model? Weren't they?
The ones that were taken from a hotel room with triple pane glass.
Yeah. Yeah, and the
Those
ones that
pictures.
Jesse Kozlowski drove over the thing. That's like literally where they made the model based on the fucking pictures. And then they went and validated them with the pictures.
Come on, that'd be a bit dishonest, don't you
Blue
think?
marble science. I mean, come on. But that's what he's talking about. Unless he said they've been back afterwards to validate it by taking more pictures.
Well, he said earlier you could just do this yourself. Just go out there.
Yeah. Take a picture.
Take a picture.
And you can validate the picture.
Using the tool.
Yeah. By the way, those pictures were stacked, admittedly so by them. They said it. They were stacked.
Oh, yeah. We've literally the first memes that we started making were Soundly memes for this bridge. This is where we started off. This is Jesse Kozlowski. I was on the search for Jesse Kozlowski to talk to him. That's why I'm in here.
This bridge is infamous.
Yeah. But the importance of the bridge and the calculator come together. It's the same thing.
It's invaluable, this thing. It's so great, this bridge. It's unbelievable. And the water, yeah.
Yeah, shout out Blue Marble Science. 1v1's coming up, I think. Somebody mentioned something about a 1v1.
Over a period of time, and they get the same results. And there's numerous areas. There's another lake that there was another experiment that was done.
There's another lake somewhere. There was another experiment that was done. It's just a bayou, isn't it? Because while he was there, he took some theodolite things, and he was talking about that while he was on his way back on the plane. He made some calculations and stuff. It's really funny about, you'll love it, Kev, because there's that backstory between the interpersonal relationships about how they're dealing with each other. It's fantastic.
Right.
Yeah.
We can bring up as well. But anyways, just so that you have a place to go and look into this, because
we'll look into it. Don't worry. Thank you very much for going over this. This is going to be a good year, right? We've got plenty of stuff to go over.
There's answers to the claims that are being made here. And that's where we are. And this is where this debate has been stuck for years, is that one group is saying, this is the way the math has to be done. This is the way we have to calculate it. And the other is saying, no, you're missing this data. And there's been a gap between this debate in that regard for a long time. So this means that each...
Wow, that's a good approach, right? For his summing up of it, for this arena. It's one people saying, no, the math has to be done like this, and the other people are going, no, you're missing this bit of data. It's not a conversation or anything, that. Nathan was nodding along.
Each and every one of us, the viewers, have to go and try to verify that for themselves. I'm not saying just believe a model, but the model represents, if the model is accurate, then when you go to the reality, to the real world and document it, if you can debunk the model or you can prove it correct, and you have to do it through repeatable experiments.
Can I debunk the model? It's not an experiment. You don't know what science is, but can I debunk the model, please?
Debunk away.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, as depicted in the Begging the Question Proof of Nothing Perspective Hijacking Walter Bislin model, then every distance to the horizon could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, exactly as dictated in Walter Bislin's model. The distance to the horizon in the Black Swan is beyond the geometric limitations of a globe Earth, radius 3959, as depicted in Walter Bislin's crappy Begging the Question Proof of Nothing Perspective Hijacking Earth curve calculations in his model. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959, and the horizon is not Earth curve.
That was well done. Well done, Nathan. Did you see what he added back in there?
Mm-hmm. He certainly did.
Yeah?
Yep.
Well done. Thank you very much, Emma. Reminding Nathan to mind his P's and Q's. He's kept it right there. Well done, Nathan. I'm liking that. We're going to get a round of applause for everyone.
Definitely. Well done.
I'd like to respond as well.
One sec, Patrick. I just want to point out that was that an ad hominem fallacy against Walter Bislin?
This guy,
Oh.
like you say, Kev, this
telling
guy is good.
Really good. I hope we get a chance to talk to him.
Yeah, I do as well.
Yeah.
Right, I think I'm going to have to leave it at that.
Yeah,
5
yeah.
hours.
We're halfway through. This has been phenomenal.
That's a good halfway.
I'll tell you this. I usually when we go do this stuff and we dig deep into the, the person said this and they look like this and things don't quite match up and don't pay attention to the surfacey kind of stuff, we tend to lose people. I think you noticed that. We've been right around 50 people the whole time.
Yeah,
so I
it's
don't think
been
we've
good.
lost very many people at all. So thank you very
Mhm.
much, everybody, for sticking with us. It's been terrific.
Yeah, this is it's been quite good. It's quite good going over this as well. I'm also trying to learn my video editing skills, so I'm going over video editing. So there may be a chance coming up that during the daytime we might open up the server to a live stream, maybe gaming, bit of, we'll flick between all sorts of different screens. I'll be making videos and whatnot. So yeah, there's a chance we'll be opening this whole thing up a little bit more to ease conversation, make it more of a pub, get more people in, give people something to listen to. Although it mightn't just not be that much. Okie dokie, let me that's been a good night. What day is it? Tomorrow is Euclid.
Tomorrow is Euclid. Yep.
There's some people made videos about us. We'll see whether whether it's worth going over any of them. I think some of them might be quite fun. The rebuttal to the rebuttal that was the rebuttal from Flat Earth Math might be worth going over.
Great. Yeah. Sounds like fun.
The rebuttal to the rebuttal's rebuttal.
Yeah.
To himself. Crazy. Which one have we got? What bus there? Anyone?
The latest one, I think.
I haven't got that one on video yet.
Oh, no. Okay.
I'm practicing to use my video while I'm sorting that.
Well, that'll be a treat when it comes out.
Yeah, there you go. I know what I know. PT's made a video for us as well. I've not even had a chance to have a look at that yet, PT. I hope it did well. Did you get in some good reviews? A guy in the YouTube chats made a video for us about helping Nathan Oakley with things that you can do with an angle. Thank you very much for
Well, that
joining.
should be great.
Yeah,
That should be great. Yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow, Thursday. May start early. I hope Nathan's okay. Somebody checked up on him. Make sure
Yeah,
he's all right. He goes.
He didn't
live
have a
tomorrow.
stream today, right?
No, he didn't.
Yeah. I hope he's all right.
After that Eric DeBay video as well. Okay. Thank you very much. Join us tomorrow. I hope Nathan's all right.
Great show, Nathan. I mean, Beth. Oh, God.
Double think clouds your mind. If you walk that road, you'll be left behind, like swaying branches in the air, lost in confusion, filled with despair. arguments and fallacies, taken from the book of lies and deceit. There are those who will never see the gift of Logos that was given to me. And I know how water flows, and I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time, mine, trying to change what's been defined. I know what I know. I know what I know. You don't know what you don't know. Blackpool paradox. You think it's measuring, but it's not. It's optical phenomenon. All you fools think you know what's beyond. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time, mine, trying to change what's been defined. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time, trying to change what's been defined.
Horizon means the line where the sky meets the earth. Yeah, that's the definition I'm going by.
All
And I'm saying-
horizontals are
No, let me
parallel to
finish,
the
let me
plane of the
finish.
horizon.
Let me finish. You can't just